that's made of, baby, that's made of all that we find.
Alright, looks like we've got everything set up here. Ready to go. Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, everyone. Oh my god, it's like 10 to 9 already. What the fuck, man? Last time I checked the clock, I swear to god it was like 6 o'clock. That's not... I don't have any truck with that. That's... But I mean... God damn it. Where does the time go, eh? Are Aerosoft products insanely laggy for anyone? I find their Airbus is a bit fucking laggy, but everything else is fine. Apparently that's to do with the way they coded the fly-by-wire in that thing. That's what I've been told anyway. It's a bit suboptimal. Well, you know, it's the best they could do, but I think it's just it just holds the rest of the thing back. It bottlenecks it a bit, or something. Very good cryogram. Hey Christian. Chrismo Killer, Smarty Marty, Cyborg Mike, Cryptic, you're a worse. The music's fine. Although, I'll be honest, actually, I kind of want to find something new because I'm getting a bit tired of the same old tunes every time. Trick is finding something that's good that's also royalty free, you see. Streaming in 720p tonight, by the way, because people were complaining about lagging and stuff like that, which obviously isn't my fault, but their connections maybe aren't quite up to the task of watching a 1080p stream at like 6 meg bitrate. Fucking hell, there's a plane going right over now. Looks like an EasyJet. I can see little bits of orange. Not in the sim, I mean literally in real life out my window right now. I live under an airway, so... Missing anyone else? Django, obviously, I saw you earlier. Very good. Alright, well. JB as well. Look at that bus, I know, right? Bus driver's clearly been playing a bit of Dirt Rally, I think. Okay, so... Yep, tonight we're flying the E-Jets, the Jungle Jets. Well, the E170 anyway, specifically. By SSG. Which I think is mostly pretty good. It's a version 1.0 release for X-Planes, so yeah, brace yourselves. But, actually having said that, it's not bad. Mermoz, who you might be familiar with, who also streams on Twitch, he is a real-world E175 pilot, which is practically the same as the E170, really. And he thinks this thing is great, so if it's got the seal of approval of a real 170 captain, then I kind of feel like, you know, I can't really find that many faults with it, other than a few glitchy little things, which, to be honest with you, I think I was having issues with this thing, because I think it's a bit like the IXCG when it first came out. It's sort of, thanks for the host there, Chevy, as well, by the way. Charles! I think it's like the IXCG, so if you're running XUI PC, it'll fuck with it, basically. It'll do weird stuff, like it won't hold its cruise altitude properly and that sort of thing. So, I haven't got concrete proof of that, but basically, as soon as I disabled XUI PC, the plane started behaving properly, so... Right. They'll be looking for all that weed in your attic, Cryptic. That's all they're there for. Right, so yeah, London City. Boom, let's do this. I have one of the many London City sceneries available for X-Plane. This one I think is the best one. It's clearly the most detailed. Look, they've got London City Airport on the bloody bus, for Christ's sake. I think there's even... Might need to use this later, by the way, but I think there's even a... Where is it? Come on, where are you? I found you earlier. You little bastards, where are you hiding? There's a fire truck around here somewhere. There he is. London City Airport Fire and Rescue Service, yep. Alright, anyway, actually, you know what, I'm genuinely not that bad at landing in London City. I've done it a couple of times now. It can be a bit of a carrier landing sometimes, but I've watched videos of them landing here in real life, and it's basically the same, to be honest. So, and Hubble Telescope, thank you for the host as well. Twitch alerts seem to be working today. They're a bit arbitrary, aren't they, really, when it comes to whether or not they decide they're going to work, but fuck it. Alright, so, yeah, here it is. The I almost said Wilco there. SSG Embraer E170. It's quite pretty looking. It came with a BA livery. It even has the steep approach mod modelled, so you can fully extend the speed brakes in addition to the flaps on final, which is pretty fucking sweet because you couldn't do that in the Wilco one in P3D and FSX. So that's fucking amazing. So they've not only included by default a London City Flyer livery, but they've actually included the steep approach version, which is pretty sweet. So we're going to fly this up to Edinburgh. Last time we did this in the Wilco, we went to Glasgow. I thought about going to Glasgow again, and then I realised that all the Glasgow scenery for X-Plane is rubbish, so we're going to Edinburgh instead. Yep, that's the plan, and then we'll probably come back from Edinburgh so that we can actually do the London City ILS, which is, come on, let's face it, the most fun part about London City. Seriously titled flight I'm doing now, London Heathrow to Atlanta in the PMDG 77W. The winds over the Atlantic are extraordinary, cancerous today at 91 knots direct headwind over Ireland. Fuck me. Through the entirety of the Shanwick FIR. Yeah, that's a bit rough. Still got 4 hours to go. Oh dear. Yeah. Can I fly to Inverness? City Flyer don't go to Inverness. At least I don't think so. So no is the answer to that. Sorry. Alright, anyway. Enough of this. Oh look, those would be the rain effects on the windscreen that the thing describes here. Although they're not that brilliant, are they? One thing I will say about this jet. It will rape your frame rate. It truly is just fucking hell. It's terrible. It's really bad. I mean, I was flying the latest version of the Rotate MD-80 yesterday, which is pretty good, by the way. It was a toss-up between this and that for streaming tonight. Fuck it, we might even fly that later. Who knows? And compared to that, this thing is actually disgusting in terms of the frame rate. I don't know why. God knows why. But yeah, I really hope they do something about that impact. You know what, I'm actually just going to turn that rain effect off because it doesn't look good at all. Plus it's not even raining. What is going on?
You can teach.
So yeah,
Monkeys to fly better than that.
That I will say I don't like. We are in London, like we're literally slap bang in the middle of fucking London. So it is as laggy as you can possibly get in X-Plane. Like this is the laggiest piece of land in the entire universe as far as flight sim is concerned, pretty much regardless of P3D or X-Plane or whatever. This central London will fuck with your frame rate. However, that said, the frame rate in this thing is not brilliant regardless. Again, I don't know why. I'm not a flight sim developer, but it's not great. That aside though, it's not bad. It's pretty good. Anyway, so I got the batteries on, I've got the GPU connected. We just need to make sure the electric pump is off. Set the ignitions to auto, because according to M3, yeah, in the real plane, they never leave them. They never turn those off. They're always on auto, and that should be on auto as well. So now we've got it configured in all its glory. It's a wonderfully easy jet to fly because in before copyright strike for saying easy jet, but all of this shit is just, it's so gloriously easy to use. Like, you interact with maybe like those switches there, that one there, and those two switches there, and that's basically it. Put the no smoking and fasten seatbelts on, the sterile cockpit as well, I suppose, technically. Should do that. It's just so automated, this thing. It makes the Airbus look like Concorde. It's incredible. So, right, go to map. Waypoint ident on. It has a functioning terrain radar and weather radar. I think the weather radar is mostly just the default X-Plane weather radar though, but it does work kind of. So, and it's got an FMC, a McDo, that works pretty well for the most part. Chevy, the best 733 Pilot. Oh yes. Yeah, the Rotate MD-80, the current version of it's pretty nice. Like, it still won't do holds or published holds, and it won't do procedure turns. And I really wish they would add those things. But aside from that, it's not bad. It's pretty bloody good. Like, its performance is actually gorgeous. The frame rate on that thing is immensely good. It looks beautiful. Yeah, it's quite nice. It's quite a nice plane. I may have to fly that later. I don't know. I also want to try the latest update for the JAR A330. I will probably still come away from it going, fucking JAR, what are you... as I always do, but I'd still like to try it anyway. Because I get so many requests for the A330 all the time. So, yeah. Anyway, as Jack would put it, give me them frames! It's just, you have to just deal with it flying this thing. Again, like I said, hopefully they'll optimize it a bit more in future patches, because I am not the only person who has complained about that, let me tell you. Let me squawk 2000 on here, and actually connect to VATSIM, but fuck, almost forgot. Don't think there's any controllers on for London City. There rarely is. Let's see. We are Flyer 35 Echo. We're not using the Brazil servers, my god. Model E170. Airline. British Airways. Livery. Oh my word. Generic, fine, whatever. Okay, there we go. We are connected. Hurrah.
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
Look. Heathrow had controllers that just updated and they're gone. Gatwick's got control, Stansted's got control, fucking East Midlands has got control, and Bristol. And Manchester. But not London City. Typical. Never mind. And there's nothing up in Edinburgh, so never mind. Whatever. I prefer to stream with controllers because I think it makes it much more engaging to watch, frankly. But sometimes it's a lottery with VATSIM. So, who the fuck is doing DIY next door at 9 o'clock? Seriously. Jesus Christ, you probably can't hear that on the microphone, thank God, but... Alright, auto brake RTO, before I forget. Okay, so, let's get this thing set up. Menu, position, airport, doesn't matter. Route, origin, E, G, L, C.
Monkeys to fly better than that.
When you're ready, plane, thank you. To E, G, P, H. Flight number is CFE. What was it? 35 Echo. Activate. Okay. So, let's do the departure first. If I hit nav, departure. This McDo's weird. It's like a bastard love child between a Dash 8 MCDU and a Boeing one. It's kind of weird. Departures, so runway. What's the wind like here at London City? It'll be the 27. Okay, 27. Good. That's far more fun to take off of anyway. So 27, and we'll be wanting Brooklands Park 1 Alpha, since that's the RNAV. Transition Brooklands Park. Done. Route. Next. Okay, so we've got Brooklands Park 1 Alpha to Brooklands Park, followed by Upper November 601. Our first airway. Goes there. Take that to Abvi. When you're ready, thank you. Abvi. And then November 601. Where are you? To Eskdo. Eskdo. And then it's the Eden 3 Alpha arrival, or Edinburgh to leave it its full name. 3 Alpha arrival. Is it worth putting that in now? I'm going to go with, nah, let's not bother and see what it does. Right. Perf. Okay, so cruise looks fine. Performance in it, 2 of 3. What's our flight level? 320 according to this. Fucking hell. I don't know about that. We'll give it a go, see how it gets on. Cruise flight level will be 320, so 320. There we go. Cruise winds, it's already filled in for us. Transition altitude, you cannot change. You cannot change it. It's a bug. So it has to be 10,000, unfortunately. Speed limb, though, I will put it 240 dash. Can I just get away with that? Oh, for fuck's sake. With your invalid entries. 240 dash 10,000. Yes, okay, because the auto throttle in this thing's a bit, you know, wonky. We'll call it wonky. So you want to, I think, a good 10 knots of buffer space there is a good shout, I think, in this plane as it currently stands. Alright, so legs look good on here. Nav, no, perf. I just need to, next page, okay, fuel reserve, this is what we need to put in. Yeah, okay, so fuel reserve, according to SimBrief, my SimBrief document, my OFP on the other side here says our alternate and final reserve are 970 plus 636, so give or take. Wow, about 1,500, isn't it? 1,500 kilograms. Return. Confirm in it. Okay, that's the VNAV basically now taken care of as a result of that. Back to here. Takeoff flaps 2. Speeds in. And trim 2.5. So set that up on this display here. 2.5. Oh, 5. Thank you. And then we're good. Thrust limit. We'll derate the climb if possible. Yes, there we go. Derate the climb because, again, this thing shoots up like a bit of a rocket. So I like to derate the climb just to keep things under control. And the takeoff will definitely not be derating since this is London City. Hopefully that should be good. Okay, nice. So we'll take this back to the flight plan even page. We will take a cursory glance at it on the plan page. Looks fine to me. Seems to match the chart more or less. The plane's pretty good at drawing approaches and departures and things like that. However, it's very customizable. You can put in custom waypoints and things like that to tidy stuff up. So it's by and large pretty solid as far as this stuff goes. It's like the Dash 8. It doesn't draw curves and turns like you'd expect in a Boeing or an Airbus. It's like the Dash 8. It just draws point to point to point to point, and the aircraft will naturally fly past when it needs to. So I don't know how if you can set a waypoint as an overfly waypoint. I'm assuming you can. I just don't know how. So, but that's a thing. So anyway, it's one of those planes you do want to double check the way it's laid out here, but by and large it'll get it more or less on the money, more or less. Okay, so that looks good to me. We'll flick you on back to map. And we're pretty much ready to get going. So, beacon on. And let's get all this shit squared away as well already, actually. Good point. APU. Start that. All of this is shut already. Good. Stairs can go away. And, oh, the other thing is... wow! Okay. We'll go with the payload preset of 80% and the fuel... What's the fuel? What we're taking here, according to SimBrief, 3.7 kilograms, metric tons even.
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
3.7 defuel, because we've already got more than that. That do its thing. Anyway, to do an RNAV approach in this plane, I don't think so. Mermoz mentioned that it can't. I don't think it can do that at the moment. Although I think it's a future feature it may be adding. Okay, there we go. That's all good. How's the APU doing? APU's up and running. GPU disconnect. See ya. And we're ready to go. So no pushback here necessary, although it does come with a pushback thing built into it, which is very nice. Because I don't like having to resort to things like Tugmaster, because Tugmaster's a really glitchy add-on, to be honest with you. So anyway, so we're just going to need to get this started. So click that to run, and twiddle your thumbs for a bit and wait. It's that simple. Excuse me. Hello? I need to set to auto. Oh, whoops. Click it to start even, not just run, dumbass. There we go. You have a fuel flow problem with your A318. The engine N2 is horrible. Oh dear. Doesn't sound good. I'm not sure if I can help you though there. The external animations on the engine seem a bit off. Really, that does not look like it's on and turning properly, but okay. Well, what matters is what we're seeing on here though, to be honest, so. Yeah, the frames are not good. The frames are not good in this plane. Yeah, no, that's not just the stream or anything like that. The frames are not good in this plane at all. We are in London City, which is one of the laggiest pieces of scenery in X-Plane, which doesn't help. But yeah, frames. This thing eats frames. Like there's no tomorrow. Okay, that's good. Start. Number 1. Welcome to Canada, the coast should be down there somewhere. Yeah. I had the shittest visibility when I flew across on the A318 the other day. Like, the visibility dropped to like 10 statute miles, even up at like flight level 360 or whatever it was I was at, 380 I think. Which was really weird, like flying along in this sort of foggy void where you just could not see anything. It was a bit shit, really. Okay, engines are up and running. Taxi light on, and flaps 2 set on there. Hey, oh, someone just landed. Fuck! Oh, mate, I wish I'd seen that. Never mind. Who was that just landed then? That was... Ooh, I don't know actually.
Monkeys does fly better than that.
C750. You flew here from Samos. Don't know what it's plane. I don't know what a C750 is, but yep. Or its airline, OAL. Any ideas? OAL 269. But anyway, yeah. Anyway, we'll get ourselves moving. Glad he landed while I wasn't on the runway. Okay, so London City doesn't have any arrivals now, so I don't have to worry about that. Alright, let's roll. Up here I can arm the auto throttle. Turn on the flight director. Pretty much all I need to do. I can set the alt select, mind you, bring that down a bit, set 6,000. And there, good. And where's the QNH? I ain't set that. Bad, Dave. 1015 is apparently the QNH. Set that to hectopascals somehow. There we go. Oh, it's already set 1015. Beautiful. Alright. So we're going to back taxi down runway 27 here. And then there's a little bit where you taxi off there, flip yourself around, and then we shoot off. Put the big lights on, put the strobes on. I know it's really quiet, this plane. It's super duper quiet. In case you're wondering where all the sound is. It's on the external view. See, I love how people come in here making the, oh, this is a fun Elder Scrolls mod, as if they think nobody has made that joke before. Yeah, funny. It stopped being funny about 8 months ago. Don't test me, Cryptic. Don't fucking test me. This is the reason I normally don't put up. Oh, this is the reason, like, I don't put up like a fucking announcement video sometimes on the goddamn YouTube channel, because this happens, and then everyone complains, "Oh, Dave, why don't you put up an announcement video so we don't miss your stream?" And I'm like, well, you know what? If I do put up an announcement video, look what fucking happens. Right. What is he doing? Are all the, like, vehicle drivers at London City, like, ex-rally car drivers? Like, what is going on? Like, first that bus, and then him. And that fire truck's a bit mental as well. Alright. Okay, auto brakes are RTO, lights are on. Oh shit. Radio squawk altitude. Flaps are set to 2, takeoff trim is set. I can hit the takeoff config button actually. We are good apparently. The APU's still on though. Let's fix that. There we go. Alright. Let's go. Oh, the lag when you're looking this way towards Canary Wharf is ridiculous.
V1. VR.
And up we go.
V2.
Gear up. It's not a bad view though, fuck me. Okay, good. Nav and VNav. Anytime you want to make that turn to the right plane is good by me. There it is. Well, there I thought it was. Yeah, no, the turn's happening, it's just very slow. In fact, you know what, sod that flight director. Do it my own goddamn self. Okay. Okay, looks good to me. Don't know why the flight path vector thing has gone all the way to the left. That is ridiculous. Autopilot. Right, yeah, looking good, nice. That's fully up. Hey, Mongo. How do I remember all the controls and buttons? By using this lesser known organ of the body in recent days called the brain. It's this squishy thing in your head that you can use to remember things and learn new stuff. It's amazing. You what, mate? Plane's having an epileptic fit, apparently. Very good. Why has it brought the speed back to 198 knots? That's ridiculous. Alt select knob's going mental as well. Set manual speed. $240 knots. Don't mind that. That's another fun little glitch. It seems to throttle up way higher than it's supposed to. So you go to sort of maximum takeoff power sometimes when you're accelerating, which is just funny as. Well, I've never seen it do that before. Oh, hey, they speak of the devil. There's Momos. Yeah, I do not know what it's doing right now. What if I hit this again? That's better. A little better. That's not flickering anymore, at least. The City of London on our left. I might dial back the time actually a bit. I don't necessarily want to be flying in the dark all the way because it's a bit boring to look at. Right, well, it should level off at 6,000 because I have not set the MCP any higher. We'll see what it does. Well, Matt can loathe the plane all he likes. If a real E175 pilot turns around and says to me, this plane is pretty bloody good, then I'm going to take his word for it. And for the most part, my experiences with this plane, version 1.0 bugs and glitches aside, it's pretty good. Matt is a bit like Rush at the end of the day in that he has incredibly high standards for his fake aeroplanes. Not quite so bad when it comes to that. If an aeroplane is interesting enough, I'm willing to work past the bugs and glitches. Except when it's jar design. They're the exception. Yeah, it's leveled off at 6k. That's exactly what it should have done. Okay, so let's be a scumbag and go straight to cruise. Which, according to SimBrief, is going to be 320. We'll see if we can make it to that in good time. Probably. I'm going to risk life and limb and hit FMS speed Sorry, Rico, but you see what I mean when it's struggling to control the speed? If I'd set it to 250 on the climb out instead of 240, we would have gone over the 250 limit there. As it is, we just brushed up against it. Ooh, plane. Wonder what that is, or who that is. Let's see. It is Ryanair 1450. He's on his way from Stansted to Glasgow, apparently. Good luck, mate. Have fun in Glasgow. I don't fly out of Glasgow enough in the sim, considering it's my local airport. Glasgow? Did I just say Glasgow and I meant to say Stansted? I meant Stansted. I do not live in Glasgow. I don't know if you can tell by my accent, but I'm not actually from Scotland. Other Dave! Hey, how you doing? It's a bit unfair calling you Other Dave, really, since your name actually is Dave and mine isn't, so... How you doing, Dave?
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that. You can teach monkeys to
Right,
fly
so
better
far
than
so
that.
good. Don't know what that's about, but whatever.
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that. You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
Thank you for the follows, everybody. I am missing them, as is characteristic, but thanks all the same.
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
I'm not sure about my orange Fanta clouds, but I tell you what, the photo scenery down there ain't bad. And the lights, I love that X-Plane night lighting is just the best. It really is.
Monkeys to fly.
You see a bit of
better
traffic
than that.
down there. Yeah, there is a little bit. The odd lorry and stuff like that. I've got the traffic settings down fairly low because really it's just... the traffic drop-down menu is literally just an option that says how many frames would you like to lose for pretty much almost no benefit. But I do have a bit of stuff down there because it is quite fun seeing like a full-on motorway full of cars and lorries at night. It does look quite impressive.
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
Well, I can confirm that Twitch Alerts is definitely working this evening. Thanks for the host, Dave.
Boom, Sir Daisy. Enough to make you weep.
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
One more traffic on the left. Who's that? That is Speedbird 174. From going from Manchester to London Heathrow. It should be shuttle, not Speedbird. Nerd alert, I know. Followed by Shuttle 3 Yankee using the correct call sign. Also flying from Manchester to Heathrow. Oh dear. Why is X-Plane muted? X-Plane is not muted. It is just the quietest jet in the world. Seriously, I go on the external view, and there you go. You can actually hear it on the outside. It's relatively noisy. But inside, it's just dead quiet. there any good guides on how to set up Ortho 4XP? I don't know, actually. I haven't used Ortho 4XP myself. I know there's a good one for G2XPL, and if I'm honest, I think G2XPL is the way to go. It's much easier to use, and it doesn't do silly things like muck around with your autogen and your rivers and lakes and things, which Ortho 4XP does, and I don't particularly like so much, because this is Ortho down here, and in order to actually have autogen, you have to use something called W2XP, which you then install on top. And the problem with that is that it makes much more accurate autogen, like down to every last house and road and everything, which is beautiful, but it does hit your frame rate in the nuts compared to the default autogen. So
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
we can go into the cabin if you like, but there's not that much to see. You can't get proper wing views in this. It's very annoying. Like, it won't let me get any closer to the window than this. So, most unfortunate. Also, the wings aren't like fully modelled. It's a bit strange. I sort of don't understand why they would let you go in the cabin if they're not going to do the wings completely. But obviously they've modelled the wings so that you can see them if you look out the back of the flight deck.
Monkeys to fly
But that's about it. Kind of like like the iFly 747 or I think the PMDG planes. It's basically they've done it like that. Except you can go in the cabin, which is a bit weird. Alright, top of climb, just over there at Leicester. And yeah, I'm going to get spammed with messages about my Liverpool scenery not being correct. Mostly because I'm missing some libraries somewhere that I need to install. Which is kind of annoying, but oh well. Oh my god, look at those clouds. It's the cloud shaders I've installed. They don't look like this by default. The cloud shades I've got make them look a lot thicker and a lot more visible during the day, but unfortunately for some reason at sunset they go a bit, LSD on you. I'm thinking of reinstalling SkyMax at some point anyway, so a bit of a moot point. Yeah, I mean, like, if Ortho 4XP's, it's not bad at all. If you want to use it, use it. I know Pedro and Josh Gibbs and pretty much all of those guys absolutely swear by it, but I prefer the regular bog standard G2XPL stuff. I think it's just easier. Yeah, what's it clouds, exactly. It's actually just what's it dust sprinkled all over England. Cheetos, I suppose, if you're American. Same thing, really. Made your virtual airline livery request. Oh, which one's that one? We've got Air Canada. There are loads of liveries for this, by the way. They're really, really cool. They're all very good looking as well. And I think they're making more too. So you've got Air Canada, Air France, Alitalia, American Eagle, British Airways, Delta Connection, aka Compass, Egypt Air, Factory Livery, Fictional, Aegean Airlines, that would be it then, or Azul maybe? I'm not sure which, but anyway. Flybe as well, and J-Air Japan, and he does like clean and dirty versions of both, which is really nice, because you guys know I love a filthy, filthy plane. But yeah, I really do like it. I mean, they not only... this is compared to the Wilco one, you see. They not only included a City Flyer livery, but as I said earlier, they they gave it the steep approach mod, so you can fully extend the speed brakes and the flaps at the same time on final approach, which means we will be able to land into London City without hurtling down at 160 knots and smashing into the deck like a comet. Official Blue TV. Hello, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I think when we get to Edinburgh, I might reset the daytime back to daytime, because honestly, the photo scenery on the way up and back down from there is pretty nice. I don't want to fly in the dark. That's boring.
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
I'm going to keep checking VATS by to see if anyone's going to come online and do us a solid by giving us some air traffic control, but it doesn't look like it at the minute. It's all over in Ireland right now, the party apparently. Like, Shannon Control is on, and Dublin, and Knock, and Shannon itself, and Cork, and everything. Fucking hell. As I said earlier, I do prefer to fly when there's controllers on at the moment, because I think it makes for a much more interesting stream and interesting viewing experience on the whole.
Monkeys to fly better than that.
Past experience has shown me that people generally seem to be a lot more interested in what's going on when there's some interaction with ATC going on. So.
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that. You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
All of the follow alerts this evening, apparently. Wow. Welcome aboard, everybody. Good to see you. I need to really nail my Cat Strader impression so I can do that properly. Hello, everybody. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. That sort of thing. Oh, more traffic. That must be a little VFR jobby down there, surely. Flying that low. No, it's Ryanair 75 Alpha Quebec in a 738 at 544 feet doing 174 knots. Is he about to land at East Midlands or something? What's he doing? I think he's flown over East Midlands already. Someone else down there and all. Fucking hell. What's going on? Yeah, I think they might have just taken off or something. I'm not sure. Why can't I actually see the airfield from here? The airport. It should be down there. There it is. There it is. Well, I'll be damned. I thought I had scenery for East Midlands. Apparently not. Oh well, I'll be on the to-do list. Is the E170 worth the money? You might want to wait for the next patch, but I think so. Just accept that you are buying a version 1 product. But it is still perfectly flyable. I am flying on VATSIM right now, and I'm completely comfortable doing so in this thing, which says a lot, really, I think. Because I would never dream of flying on VATSIM in, say, the JAR A320, for example. Apparently we've flown straight into some Cav OK. I am okay with this. -5 points, I know, I'm sorry. What about the FMC and the VNAV? FMC, it's all there. It's all customly. Please ignore that. I do not know what's going on with that, but yeah, it's all here. It's all doing what it should be doing. The VNAV is pretty spot on, honestly. It just with the one caveat of you know, again, version 1.0 product, so you can sometimes accidentally trip it up and cause it to do something a bit weird. But also, if you run with XPUIPC or XUIPC, I forget what it's called. Oh, we're leveling off, nice. And our top of descent is literally just over there, so but if you use XUIPC, you want to disable it when flying this aircraft, because XUIPC will mess with it big time. A bit like the IXEG when it first came out, it'll cause you not to cruise at the correct altitude and stuff. Yeah. I've got a bunch of scenery up here that's missing libraries. FMC more stable than IXEG. Well, it doesn't do gizmo crashes, if that's what you're asking. You have to keep an eye on the placement of waypoints, particularly for approaches, but you know, it supports adding in custom waypoints and stuff like that, so you can fix anything that it doesn't quite manage to do properly, which is a key thing. For example, I flew into Amsterdam with this yesterday, deliberately changed runway almost last minute, because that happens sometimes at Amsterdam. They like to troll you by saying one runway is the landing runway on the ATIS, and then the actual approach controller assigns you a different one. But so I changed it, and it gave me 3-6 center or whatever it was I picked, and yeah, the waypoints were a bit off, but it was very easy to just redo it down there, and it was completely fine. Added in a custom waypoint as well using point bearing distance goodness. Yeah, it was all very nice. Right, well, top of descent's actually not that far away, which is quite funny, so I will lower the out select at least a bit. I'll put light level 180, and we will program ourselves some sort of arrival. We want the Edinburgh 3 Alpha, transition escdo, and what runway? What's the weather like right now in Edinburgh? Wind is 280 with 10 knots, variable 250 to 310, so it will be ILS 24. Good, that's my favourite runway. The approach is much prettier flying into ILS flying on the ILS into 24, in my opinion, because you get to go out over the bay. So yeah, activate that. Go back here, and I will. Yeah, we'll take a look at this in plan mode, and we'll fix whatever needs fixing. It's a bit like the Dash 8 FMC in terms of the way it puts out waypoints. So you do have to take a good look at it, as you should really be doing anyway. I should point out, to be honest, you should be totally doing this anyway, but regardless of what plane you're flying. But I love how you can just press a button and it syncs up the heading. It's so beautiful. But you do have to take a closer look at it and make sure it's correct. So I will go plan up there and zoom this right the way in. Okay, here we go, and then step. Esto, Tartan, and then the Edinburgh is it a VOR or an NDB? I think it might be an NDB. And then, yeah, it wants to basically just go boom, and then straight back in again, because there's supposed to be a procedure turn here, effectively. However, I'm not going to bother with this. I'm going to vector out over to that way and do it like that. So what I will do is, you can actually do a DME arc type thing. And I could go ahead and try and program a whole DME arc in here. I wonder if I could get away with it. Maybe. Maybe. Let me lower the out select to something like 4,000 for now, so we can coast all the way down. EGPH, you only use the Embraer 3 Alpha if the TLA VOR is out of service. You should use the Tweed 3 Alpha. Oh, fair enough. Well, in that case, I'll change it. I did not know that. Erase.
Monkeys to fly better than that.
Tweed 3 alpha. Esto. ILS 24. Enter. Esto, Tweed. Oh my god. Yeah, that's like a weird published hold type thing, isn't it? Let's have a look at this on a chart. I've seen this before and I can't even make sense of the chart, to be honest with you, sometimes. Are now stars. I guess. Yeah, it goes like that, and then you make a left turn at Tartan, and then go to Tweed. And then after Tweed, you... I'm not sure what happens. I guess you get vectored or something? I don't fucking know. This is how it's chosen to interpret it. Which more or less makes sense, I suppose. It goes from basically Tweed and then directly to the approach, which I guess makes sense. It's missing out the sort of semi-DME arc though, so I'm going to see if I can put something in that will kind of approximate that. Let's see. ITH dash 285 dash 12 miles. We'll see if it accepts that. No, it's just giving me 2 blank waypoint thingies. Okay, forget it. It's weird. Like it clearly accepts the format and it's trying its best to put that in there, but it doesn't know what to do with it. So we'll just go ahead and erase and bring that up there. So that it all connects. All the dots now connect, and basically I will just have to Tweed self-vector. Fair enough. The approaches into Edinburgh, I've noticed very few fucking planes seem to manage to draw properly. I've even seen the PMDG struggle with this, to be honest, so I'm not going to mark this thing down too much for it. So yeah. Alright, we'll switch you back to map. As we continue. Why has it moved? Oh, well, it's moved top of descent significantly further forward. Now that we've put the arrival in, which I guess makes sense. Yep, fair enough. We'll go with that. In VNav we trust. Bring you back to the cockpit view. Sorry, kind of left you on the chart thing there, like a silly fool. Yeah, have some nice views to make up for it. There you go. Beautiful. Now using a joystick, yes indeed. Using a Thrustmaster Hotus Warthog. It's like Astra at Gatwick. Weird arrivals designed to put you in a position to hold. Ah, I see. Makes sense. People were protesting when they trialled the new SID, yeah. I'm not surprised. Joe Public's a bit fucking clueless when it comes to this stuff. Like all the people complaining about the new runway at Heathrow, and it's just like, if you're anyone who knows anything about the airline industry, you know that Heathrow really needs a third runway. But I won't stop people bitching about it. If Nerd Rage was here, I think the Edinburgh approaches would probably make him cry. As a very organized German who likes to have all his approaches in nice straight lines with right angle turns. Yeah, that squiggly nonsense coming into Edinburgh would probably make him have a heart attack. Clear skies up here in Scotland. I don't know what's going on with that. Well, we're not technically in Scotland just yet, I don't think. Almost, though. Oh, I know, like, chooses to live next to a runway. Complains about noise. What? Mate, I'll fucking swap with you. Actually, you know what? I wouldn't want to do that because...
Monkeys to fly better than
trying to
that.
record videos and do streams with A320s and 777s taking off next door? Maybe not. I think the novelty would wear off after a while. Still a bit of order breakdown there. Yeah, it's a bit lighter in the game because I actually dialed back the clock slightly because I didn't want to fly in the dark, and I will probably do it again later when we've landed. Because, you know, you don't get a 5 terabyte hard drive and fill it with photo scenery and then just fly in the dark. That's stupid. Speedbird 1 with... oh god. Let me fix that. What was the command? Was it aircraft? Yeah. What's with the weather right now? Going very quickly in a very tiny plane. Not entirely inaccurate, but not quite there either. What is with the... what's with... come on. Yeah, that's probably more accurate right there. I think X-Plane just fucked up with the weather injection again. It sometimes likes to do that. You know, I never actually set standard on the barrow. Naughty. I forgot to pause before I re-injected the weather. That's a cardinal sin, if ever there was one in X-Plane. Frame rate is like 1 billion times better on the external view than it is in the cockpit with this plane, I've noticed. Uh-oh. Rolling up big time now. What's going on? Apparently we slowed down a lot when I injected that weather. Interesting. Whatever. Hold speed restrictions. Good point. Good point. Good point. I should totally do that. You should always do that, in fact, but I'm being lazy, apparently. Right. So, at... just past Eskdo. At PHS 48, we should be max 250 knots. It is set there. There are no altitude restrictions elsewhere in this other than, yeah, unless you're using the Edinburgh 3 Alpha, which we're not, so we go over to the approach, however, which you can't see because I'm not switching you to the chart view right now on account of the fact that I will forget to switch you back if I do, I swear. 3,000 above. is kind of right. But it sort of also kind of isn't. But whatever. At that point, I think I'll be manually flight level changing and stuff. So no worries. Again, this is the SSG version 1 trying to do its very, very best with the Tweed 3 Alpha arrival into Edinburgh, which is an absolute killer when it comes to sim aeroplanes. It really is. I'd forgotten actually how tricky this one was for the average FMC to try and draw. So, to be honest with you, given that it's made a valiant effort with what it's got. Actually, better than most, I would say. So, fair play. And you know what? You know, if you know what you're doing, and to be honest, if you're flying a plane online like this, you should be able to deal with something like that. You really should. I flew the full approach procedure for the ILS 23 right at Manchester earlier today in the 727, just for fun. Wanted a bit of a challenge, and it was really good fun. So that's fine. I just get it totally correct. I just did it fully on the nav radios. I flew the main route with the Seaver INS. I decided to plug that in, give that a go because I hadn't used it in a while. And then I flew the approach with off the nav radios, and it was beautiful. Did the thing, you know, where you overfly the airport and then you go out and then you do a procedure turn back in to flight over the Manchester VOR, and then you take it's like almost like a localizer back course outwards from the runway, and then at like 12 miles from it you make a left turn and then do another procedure turn in onto the ILS, and it's just it's so good. What's my longest flight? Probably the one I did the other day, the Speedbird 1 in the A318. That is officially the longest one I've ever done in the sim. That was about just shy of 8 hours, and was a bit more than that if you include the planning and setup and stuff like that. Once we've done that, once we've come back from New York and landed at London City in the A318, I'll be moving on to the 777 and the TriStar as well. So we'll be doing some very long flights with those, hopefully. Don't know if I'll stream them or not yet. I still haven't made my mind up on that one really. I'm a bit ambivalent about the whole streaming long haul flights thing. I don't know whether it's something I'm interested in doing, but we'll see. Caution taxiway, yeah, I know, right? That fucking RAAS maximum troll effort on the landing there into JFK. The longest was Tel Aviv to Toronto in the Flight Factor 767, 15 hours. Wow. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I think I may be doing one of the retirement flights for the 767 at some point. They put them back up on the BAV schedules because the 767 that used to fly to Nassau has just been retired, I think. So I actually follow the guy who flew that route on Twitter for real. 767 pilot. Okay, that's top of descent. There we go. And yeah, so I may be doing that. That's a very long flight. Heathrow to Victorville or wherever it is. Maybe Cardiff to Victorville. I can't remember if it's a 2-sector jobby. But it should be good. I think what I'll probably do is do most of it on VATSIM, and then I might, unless there's some ATC on VATSIM, I think I'll transition to Pilot Edge and then fly into Victorville on Pilot Edge, because that Victorville is covered by those guys, so that could be quite fun. And the scenery I have down there for Victorville and that you know, and the desert down there is really nice. The photo scenery I've got for the Western US is just 10 out of 10, so it would make an absolutely class video or stream. I don't know which. It has occurred to me that since I got all this photo scenery installed, I still haven't done an actual video of it in X-Plane, like a proper video as opposed to a stream. I should really do something about that. So as you can see, we are descending on profile, as far as I can tell, because I think the purple diamond in this phase of flight is actually your vertical profile. Switch on the weather radar here if we wanted to. Don't know if it'd show up anything though. Doesn't look like it. It also has a terrain mode, which does work. It's just not showing anything right now because we're not very close to the ground. But if I remember, I will switch it on when we're on the final approach, so you can see it in action. I do like this plane, I really do. I would love to see. I'm really eagerly awaiting the patches for it, honestly. I really want to see maybe a little bit of frame rate optimization, because it's very laggy, as you can see right now as I pan my camera. It's pretty laggy, and also just I'd like to see just the little bugs here and there taken care of, honestly. The little glitches that you get occasionally in this thing, would like to see them gone, if at all possible. But other than that, very solid aircraft. Is it like a Dash 8? It is a little bit, yeah. It's like a if you
can teach
it's honestly like
monkeys to fly better than that.
if you took an Airbus, a Boeing, and a Dash 8 and you just smushed them all together, this is kind of what you'd get, I guess. Hello, Pazza. Can I get up for work at 5? Ugh, that's disgusting, dude. And it is decelling to, well, trying. I'm going to give it a bit of help with the speed brake, but decelling to 250 knots as per the procedure, and it's doing it at the correct point as well. I noticed this when you fly into Vegas on the Kepik 3 RNAV arrival. There's a point where at Klar you have to be 13,000 feet and 250 knots, and there's a big stretch between Klar and the previous waypoint, which I think is Kepik. No, sorry, Meissen. And a lot of aeroplanes, including the IXEG, at least at one point, I haven't tried it since the latest updates and hotfixes, but the IXEG would slow down to 250 knots, like, you know, 20 miles before even reaching Klar. But this plane slows down literally in the last 10 miles or so to Klar, like it should do. So, you know, yeah, marks out of 10, not bad. The East German judges give it a solid 8.
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
It's quite an enjoyable aircraft to fly. It's very automated. There's not a lot of stuff you have to take care of, so you're very much able to concentrate on the actual flying business, which I like. It's one of the reasons I like the Airbus, honestly. But this is even more automated than Airbus, frankly. Are we actually on Unicom right now? No, we're not. Oh dear. That was bad, you didn't see that. Really? Really? You're gonna penalise me for not putting the extra 2 zeros on the end? now we're on Unicom. Whoops. Yeah, now the messages start popping in at the top. Oh, as if Glasgow has a tower controller and Edinburgh doesn't. That's typical. Tut tut. Now, I have a suspicion that the aircraft is going to just sort of skip these 2 waypoints because it's kind of a hold and they're really close to each other. Because I don't think they're set to overfly. If it tries to do that, I will grab the heading myself and do it properly. I don't know if there's a way to set it as overfly in here. I wish I knew how, if there is a way. If Mermoz is still here, he'd know, but I suspect he might be a little too busy to give me... should have read the manual type instructions. But yes, that would be the key really there, to put it as an overfly waypoint. Flyover or whatever you want to call it. We'll see what it does. Will the clouds genuinely be that colour in real life? They get pretty orange around where I live at sunset on a clear day. Yeah, they get pretty orange. Maybe not quite this orange, but they get fairly orange. More orange than you might give them credit for, I would say. But yeah, the cloud shaders I have installed are a bit over the top when it comes to the orangeness at sunset, unfortunately. I don't know if that's a tweakable thing. I wouldn't know how. But yeah. That doesn't look bad though. That's quite a nice view. Right there. How is the hand flying? Hand flies quite nicely. Again, Mermoz, who flies these things for real, he says the hand flying in this thing is very nice. So, I've never flown one myself, so I couldn't tell you if it hand flies like the real thing, but I think M3 seems to think it does, so I'm going to take his word for it. Can I fly a fighter jet? You should have been here last week, man. We were all about the fighter jets last week. We spent 4 fucking hours flying fighter jets. Sorry you missed it. You can check it out in the stream VODs if you like, or on the YouTube channel. It is uploaded there as well. But yep, we can and did do it. Having said that, I did buy the Hawk recently, the new Just Flight one, and I would like to do a bit of flying around Valley again in that. Day 748 live. Don't spam messages in the chat, please. Just don't do it. I didn't answer your question because, to be honest with you, if you actually watched that series and the final video in it, you would know why it ended abruptly. So I have addressed it many times in addition to that. So yeah. Brazilian aircraft, yes. Embraer are Brazilian. Well, it's doing so far so good. It has kind of skipped that. It hasn't like actually overflown it, but the main thing is they're actually doing the little holdy type thing here. It's now flying us to Tweed. Maintaining 250 knots. And one thing I need to remember is to set the speed to manual before we put the flaps down. Because otherwise it's another little sim-ism, little SSG-ism, where if you put the flaps down and you're in FMS speed, it overrides it completely and it'll speed you back up to like 200 odd knots, which is not good. You don't want it to do that. You've donated on Patreon. Oh, cheers, Pazza. I appreciate it. You know, people were asking about the Patreon thing earlier. It's doing what it's doing. It's a big deal at the minute because what with the recent pound drop, like massive drop with the pound, my ad revenue has been demolished, unfortunately, as a result of that. However, you guys who support me on Patreon, that is completely unaffected by the advertising market and all that assorted bullshit. So you paying US dollars to me on Patreon actually translates into enough money because of the drop in value of the pound to make up from me getting done over by the ad revenue guys. So yeah, of course we can always use more. I mean, ultimately, if every person who regularly watched my videos, donated £1 a month, I would be able to just do this forever. I could buy my own fucking house, and make videos forever. But that's just not the way it works. And frankly, I think it's poor sport to complain that people aren't being charitable enough, because that's what it is at the end of the day. It's charity. So Alright, round and round and round we go. Edinburgh has some fucked up approach procedures. Yeah. I will self-vector us momentarily. I'll just set the heading bug actually to kind of what we need to be doing, which is something like that. And heading. Is the FPS as bad as the 748? I'd say, yeah, probably. It's about the same as that, from what I remember. I haven't flown the 748 much though, because it kept crashing at my sim all the time. It was very irritating, frankly. I never did a complete flight in that thing because it just kept crashing the desktop. This thing doesn't though. This thing's pretty good. It's a big step up. It really exceeded my expectations because based on the 747-800, I wasn't expecting much out of SSG for this plane. I'll be completely honest, but what they've actually given us is amazingly good, considering. Like I said, it has a couple of quirks, and I really wish they would do something about the frame rate because it does bring the experience down somewhat. Because I can jump in the IXEG or the MD80 after this, and you will see the difference. It's quite incredible in terms of frame rate. But I can deal with it. It's not so bad that it's unflyable. It does get a bit rough in London though. Aerosoft are going to continue developing the Johannesburg scenery. Hasn't that been in development for forever? Speaking of things in development for forever, I had a look at the that Comet that guy was developing for X-Plane. That's still not out. I think that thing was they started development on that in 2007, and it still ain't done. It's one guy making it, to be fair, but he's posted videos of him flying the damn thing, and it looks fine. So you have to wonder sometimes what it actually is the delay, Literally, he's posted videos from 3 years ago of him flying it, and it looks completely fine. So yeah, you do wonder. I'm a bit impatient about that because I really would like a good Comet, and there just aren't any. There's the David Maltby one if you're an FSX guy, but it doesn't work on prepared, so I can't use it. Good old green banana. Love it. I mean, this is all, it may look a bit different, but this is all technically, it's with a different, visual sort of skin on it. It's the same as a Boeing 737 or a 777, actually. It's Honeywell, so it's the same avionics package, effectively, just displayed in a slightly different format to what you may be used to. So you've got all the old bits there, like the green banana, etc. The FMS is laid out in a very similar manner. So it doesn't take much to adjust to this plane. There are a few peculiarities here and there which will trip you up if you don't know what you're doing, but by and large, it's pretty good. The ATS Super MD-80, oh yeah, that should hopefully be quite good.
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
Oh mate, yeah, I tell you what, the Flight Factor A350 Pro version, I would do terrible things for that. I really would, especially considering BA are very shortly going to be receiving their order of A350s. I mean, I've flown it. Right now, it is reasonably flyable if you want to. If you use XFMC with it to input your route. It's fairly flyable. I'm thinking of flying it again at some point on stream because I haven't done it in a while. Old tree fiddy, I miss it. But yeah, especially since that gorgeous new Helsinki scenery came out for X-Plane, I'm thinking of doing a Finnair flight in the 350. And maybe a Qatar Airways one as well. Going up to Tel Aviv, because I got some gorgeous Tel Aviv scenery as well. Alright, let's bring this around now. And I will do manual flight level change down to 3,000 feet. Bit of speed brake while we're at it. Oh yeah, now we're coming down. Right, I don't know, it should set this automatically I think, but I always do it manually just to be on the safe side. Set the ILS frequency in here, we want 108.9, so 108.9. Really? Not found? Are you having a laugh? There we go. Oh, I think he put it in automatically anyway. Very clever. Overspeed? Oh my god, yeah. What's it doing? What are you doing, plane? Oh my god. Oh, now it's going up and what? Okay, you know what? Yeah, you were doing so well. You were really doing so well. What, it just suddenly decided it was going to throttle up to fucking toga thrust and overspeed the fuck out of itself. I don't know what was going on there. Deary me. Now we're at 6,000 feet. Why? Why? Why would you do that, plane? Why would you do that? Hmm? My flaps come down or something? No, we're good. Apparently the VNE on this thing is quite low. Alright, you're going to behave yourself now. I give you back the auto throttle and the autopilot. Yikes! No, apparently is the answer to that question. Oh no, okay, it's getting its shit together now. Alright. Let's hit approach. Okay, yeah, it's sorting itself out now, good. Okay, we'll go manual speed. Dial this right the way back. 180 knots. And we've got the localizer, beautiful. Yeah, needs some fine tuning, as you can see. Needs some fine tuning. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like the IXEG on release was an absolute fucking mess. I don't mind saying that. We're in a worse state than this thing is. You simply could not fly the IXEG full stop depending on the route you were doing, whereas this you definitely can. One last check on VAT Spy. No control for us apparently down there. Never mind. Okay, let's flaps down. Ding the ladies and gentlemen in the back there. We'll have a bit of sterile cockpit as well, really. There's Edinburgh down there. It's a bit fucking windy, as you can see. It's a bit bumpy. Light to moderate chop, as Josh Gibbs would put it. Vel approach. Now, what is that about, I wonder? Not sure what that means, honestly. Alright, we've got the localizer, we've got the glide slope. Set our missed approach altitude, which is 3,000. Now, that's already set. Alright, beautiful. What's the local QNH? I should have set this ages ago, but I didn't. It's actually standard, so no worries there. Standard pressure, apparently, in Scotland right now. Alright, looking good. Looking good. We are 6.1 miles out. I think I'll do the final slowdown now. Perf. We want flaps 5 as opposed to flaps full, which gives us a VF. What's a VREF of 132. So I'll bring the speed back to 137. There we go. Gear. More flap. Get the rest of our lights sorted out. And flap 5. Cleared land, looking good. Order brake is set. Here we go. That's a nice view. Alright, we'll take the auto throttle out first, once it's kind of stabilised itself. Not likely to do that actually, is it, to be fair? Right, that can go away about now. The wind is not helping with it, really. And I'll lose the autopilot as well. We're visual now, so I'm going to fly off the runway in my windscreen as opposed to the instruments, although I will keep checking the speed. This is based on something Rush was talking about on one of his streams recently, where to fly that visual approach correctly, you don't need PAPI lights or anything like that. You just need to look at the runway and keep it the same length in your windscreen. Basically, you don't need to get. If you're getting too high, it'll get longer. If you go too low, it'll get shorter in terms of perspective. So as long as you keep it the same length, see right now I need to get down a bit. And I can tell that even without the PAPI lights.
300.
It's actually a really good tip. I can't explain it nearly as well as he did, but
Monkeys to fly better than that.
it really makes a difference.
100.
Either way, not a lot of room to mess around
50. 40.
at Edinburgh.
20.
This airport is not well endowed with the most amazingly long runway ever. Come on, plane. Come on, plane. No floats, please. There we go. That'll do. The reverses on this plane are extremely efficient, by the way, so we won't even need to use close to full reverse on this. We won't even need to use full reverse at London City, when that's saying something, so we've already practically stopped. Jesus Christ. This plane, like, it will grind to a halt. If you put max auto brake and max reverse, it will stop, like, within the fucking length of a tennis court. It's incredible. I don't know how accurate that is, frankly, but considering it is a regional jet, I would expect it to deal quite well with short runways. And off we get. Flaps coming up. Speedboat's coming in. It is so fucking quiet. That is insane. Hang on. I'm going to turn the engine's volume up a bit, because that still hasn't done anything, has it? Yeah, it's just mega quiet on the ground when it's idled. Wow. Alright. Okay, flaps and stuff are all in. Click spot's trolling me. Okay. Good stuff. And we go to radio and we can squawk standby. Lovely. To the terminal. Oh yeah, we'll give you a replay, don't worry. Let me just park up first. Park up and log off of VATSIM. Oh yes, it is Dream Engine, isn't it? You're right. Engine in is 100%, amazingly. I think that might be a little bit better. You can at least hear the avionics going. I believe it's probably a very quiet plane in real life. I mean, these are modern engines after all. They're not very big. Because this aircraft obviously is designed not only to operate out of small airports, but also as a result of that meet noise restrictions and things. Like, because one of the things about London City is, in order to be able to land there, your aircraft not only has to be certified for a steep approach, it also has to meet the quite high noise restrictions of London City as well. So you need to be quiet and able to land at a steep angle, and the Embraers are able to do that. So how long have I been playing flight sims for? Well, if we go right the way back to the first proper flight sim I did, which was like Combat Flight Simulator, when we're going back to like 1998, really, or even before that, I think technically, because I think I'd certainly used flight sims before on a friend's computer before I actually had my own.
You can teach
So
monkeys to fly better than that.
first two flight sims I ever really got into were Microsoft Combat Flight Simulator and Team Apache, which was actually a helicopter sim. It was an Apache attack helicopter sim. But yeah, that was back in like 1996, 1998, something like that. Well, hello there, sir. I say, you appear to have, you've got a... I'd call that an undercarriage issue, primarily, right there. But not only that, you seem to have managed to park backwards at the gate, which is impressive. Let's actually take this one here, right here. How... Yeah, did you... Wow. How did you even... Well done. Well done, sir. Well done. Points for creativity there. I actually mentioned it. Speaking of Delta, this thing has a really gorgeous compass. Delta connection livery or whatever it is for it. Like, really beautiful. I was flying with it last night in SoCal. Oh, look at that with the lights out there. That's so good. So damn good. It's even recognised we're an E170. Wow. GG Autogate. Alright, brakes in. APU can run up. Nose light off. According to Mermos, right, apparently, you know how we always in the sim, those of us who do the sim thing anyway, we always turn off our nose light, our taxi light, when we're coming into the stand because we don't want to quote-unquote blind the marshaller. According to Mermos, who flies these things for real, he said it's a complete bloody myth. They never do that in real life. You're never going to blind the marshaller with that light, apparently, unless it's maybe at night, but even then it's incredibly well lit down here, so...
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
Alright, well, job done. let's get off of that sim. There we go, disconnected. And we'll give you guys a replay. All the way back up here.
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
God, give it a minute to catch up with itself. That is gorgeous, look at that. Wow. Hello, Edinburgh. Should you get this plane? If you like the idea of it, go for it. Like I said, it may be worth waiting for the first patch to come out, but even so, with its oddities, it's still perfectly flyable. It's still, to be honest with you, in spite of being version 1, it's still in a better state than the bloody jar design Airbuses. So, if you're willing to fly any of the jar Airbuses, this is completely fine.
Monkeys to fly better than that.
Oh yeah, that bit of... I don't know what that was there. I think it was a bit of crosswind, because the wind here is variable according to the METAR. And I think what we got there was a bit of a gust coming off to the side there, and it just blew me right off. Like, look at that. Go back and see that again. Yeah, see, we're looking good here, and then the wind, I think, changes a bit, so it's coming in from this way. And look at that. We start blowing way off to the left here. And I had to compensate. God, I love that about X-Plane. The wind effects when you're on final approach to landing, it's just 10 out of 10. And there we go. This one's a definite floater, I'm afraid, so apologies in advance. And yep, thud. Because I was just like, fuck it, we're not floating this anymore, let's get it down. Yep. Uh-oh. Oh, I think I got a bit ambitious with the replay there. I tried to do too many things at once. I think it's fucked. Oh, well, you got to see one landing anyway. Yep, there it is. It's gone. Oh, dear. X-Plane replays. They're great until they're not. Oh. That's pretty standard X-Plane there, right there, to be honest with you. Never mind. You got to see the money shot, though, so... Never mind. Alright, well, we would have had to reload the plane anyway, so that's not such a big deal. Okay. Alright, well, let's run this up again. Oh god, I've had plenty of replay crashes in my time. Must be a Windows issue. Oh yeah, look at the Mac hipster, everybody. There he is, in his natural habitat. Right, Edinburgh SSG E170, very good. Okay. Track real date and time? No, fuck it. We'll go with daytime, yeah. There we go. Real world weather, nope, because I'll use FS Global for that. I've just about every aircraft I have, apart from... Actually, no, that's not true, because I meant I was about to say, apart from Jack's FlyJSim stuff, crashes occasionally during replays, but actually the 727 crashed during a replay yesterday. So... yeah, I know. I need to update my libraries. Chill. I'm on Windows 10. Nope, I'm on Windows 7.
You can teach
Everyone tries to
Monkeys
convince me to
apply
upgrade to
better
Windows
than that.
10, and then I hear about some add-on or other that doesn't work with Windows 10. I'm just like, nope, sticking with 7. I'm a dinosaur, I know. I will get. To be honest with you, I will get 10 the day I get a new computer, which, you know, sooner or later will happen. So. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Welcome back to Edinburgh. Let me just kill a bunch of plugins. X camera, XFMC, and XPYPC. That's a big deal. That will severely mess with this plane. Big time. Like, severely mess with it. So make sure you disable that. And we're back in the Delta livery, apparently. Very cool. Alright. Let's get some weather in here. A bit later in the day. That'll do. Okay, there we go. Nice. Whoa! Yeah, that's a bit more like what we were having a minute ago. Right. Very good. Back to that. Right. And that's almost where we parked as well, so fair play. Right, so okay, there you go. That's Edinburgh in the daytime, with a significant overcast, admittedly, but daytime nevertheless. So yes, okay, right. Well, I'm gonna go grab some refreshments. I'm gonna go get some more iced tea. Actually, it's kind of hot in here. And then I will be back, and we will fly back to London City, which is the most exciting bit after all. We'll do the classic London City ILS approach. And I'll try not to pancake all over the field like strawberry jam, to quote the film. So, yeah, I'm sure we'll be fine. Might knock a few fillings loose, but otherwise we'll be good. No worries. All right, guys, I will be back in 2 minutes. Alright, I'm back. Got a big bottle of iced tea. Right. Okay. Hey Wayne. Oh, it was Josh's birthday? Dude, I wish I'd known that. Would have sent him a birthday gift. Right. So, let's do some flight planning. We are going to be City Flyer. What, though? That's the question. Departure... No. Arrival. Destination EGLC. EGPH. There we go. Like this, City Flyer 90 Golf. Alright, scribble that down in my notepad. Flyer 90 Golf, beautiful. Departing EG PH to Echo Golf Lima Charlie. In GB Dan, yeah. I flew the 727 on VATSIM earlier today. Actually, I did Heathrow to Manchester quickly in it, and I ended up getting like a bunch of messages from controllers and stuff saying like, basically saying well done for flying the 727 and flying, you know, Dan Air and stuff like that. It was really quite cool. They were like, oh, it brings back a bunch of really great memories and stuff. And I was like, gave a little salute and was like, it's all part of the service. Someone's got to keep the classics alive, eh? Right. E170. There it is. Ah, very good. There we are. You're all the way down there, and then round here, and then we fly right up the Thames, right up the UK's bum, basically, straight into London City. We'll be landing on 27 as well, so it's a gorgeous approach, especially in the evening coming in down there, down the Thames, so you can see London City in the distance. It's really good. All right. Generate the OFP. Is that my tea sweet or unsweet? Like tea, I never put sugar in it ever. I used to, and then I also used to put honey in tea, and it was a really bad habit that I got out of, and now I never put anything in my tea other than milk. I don't know, all the Americans just like, milk in tea, and I'm like, you're a bunch of fucking weirdos. Milk was designed to go straight into tea. But iced tea, yeah, I have that sweet. Right, that looks good to me. I will send that off to VATSIM. There we are. Lovely. And export box. Flyer 90 Golf. All good. Connect. Lovely. Yeah, I don't. Probably stands for official flight plan or something. I don't really. I just genuinely don't know what OFP stands for, but that's what it looks like. It's this document here. I went over this when we did the A318 flight across the pond. That's what these are chiefly useful for, really. These big OFPs. It's for the really long flights. It's for the long haul stuff that you want this for, because it contains lots of very useful information. But on a short trip like this, fuck it. Everything you need is up here. Alright. My god, there's 114 people here. That's crazy stuff. Thank you everybody for tuning in, I guess. You were there. I noticed before I went live today that you're fairly spoiled for choice. There's a lot of streamers on streaming tonight, and I thank you all for choosing to fly with Sorcerer Dave Airlines, I guess. We appreciate your service. Your service? Your what's the word? Your custom. Anyway. I'm the one providing the bloody service. What's going on? Anyway. Hello, flight deck.
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
Actually, we don't need the stair, do we? Because we've got auto gate. Hooray! Alright. So, I love this tune. I really do. I need to turn it down though. There we go. Everything's coming online. Good stuff.
You can teach.
Right,
monkeys
Echo
to fly
Golf.
better than that.
Papa Hotel is our origin. And Echo Golf Lima Charlie is our destination. Our call sign is Flyer 90 Golf. I think I will check that spy again. Still nothing. But London City has a ground controller now, hooray. He will be there just in time to say taxi straight forward to the gate. But it will still, that's nice, I guess. Anyway. It's like Burbank, you know, it's literally you turn off the runway and then you're at the gate. It's done. Anyway. Right, let's nav, departure, runway 24, go Sam 1 Charlie, I think is what we want. Yep. Execute it, route, next, and then it's the Papa 600. Whoa, 600, not 6,000, calm down. Hey, calm down. Fennec. Where's the end? There it is. And then Upper Lima 612. And Calder. And then we have to go direct. Hopefully this won't screw it up. Direct Manchester. We're going to literally fly right over the top of Manchester Airport. That's going to be kind of cool. Direct Manchester. And then it's the Jacko 1 Mike, I think. Which is interesting because
Monkeys to fly
these
better than that.
these approaches into London City, they have like 3 stages. One is the initial sort of star. The second is a transition bit. And then the third is the actual final approach to the runway. I'm gonna program this now on the ground to save us shitting ourselves in mid-flight trying to do it. I'll bring you over to the charts view here so you can see what I'm talking about. So you got RNAV stars via Jacko. And this is ours here. It starts up. This is one of the longest arrivals I think I've ever seen in the UK before. Typically, we don't do the American thing where we have an arrival which is like 400 miles long, but this one's pretty bloody long. So you start up at Manchester, fly all the way down there until you get to Jacko, at which point you do RNAV transitions for runway 27. And then you go from Jacko, and then you fly this kind of really weird dogleg thing. You go all the way around there and up here to Ravsa, and then you fly straight in down the Thames estuary. You get Lavno, and then you transition to the actual ILS itself. So it's interesting. We'll put it that way. So going back to the FMC. Alright, see you, Pazza. Yeah, you got work super early tomorrow, mate. I feel bad for you. Alright, just have a bit more iced tea. My voice is drying up a bit here, so. One of the most civil communities on Twitch. Yes, I have to admit, you guys are pretty great. Considering there's 122 of you here right now, you are exceptionally well behaved. I am fairly blessed in that regard. Anyway. So we go nav, arrival, ILS 27, and then transition I-27 Jacko, and then Jacko 1 Alpha, Kennet. No, we don't want the Kennet transition. No, sir, we do not. We want Manchester. Which would be the Jacko 1 mic. That's why that's a problem. Erase. ILS-27, Jacko 1 mic. Yeah. Transition Manchester. Haha! There we go. Operator error there. The route page might not look correct. In this case, it's kind of mostly okay, but it doesn't matter. The route page is immaterial. What is important is that the legs page here looks good, and it does. There's Calder, Manchester, Pedig, Rogby, Tixex, Oddvod, Rotmu, etc., etc., etc. It's all good. So now we can go to performance. These are all good. We can go next page. Fuel reserves, and we'll sort out the fuel before we do anything else as well, actually, up here. So let's go next page up here. 80% payload. And fuel, we'll set ourselves 3.9 tons apparently. Jesus Christ, that's incredible. Compared to the 727, which I flew from London to Manchester earlier today, which is half the distance of this route, I took 8 tons of fuel in the 727. Like, fucking fuel economy has come a long way since the 1960s, apparently. Jesus Christ. Anyway, yeah, we want 3.9 tons, so set that there. Defuel to bring it down to the correct level. So the name of this song, High by JPB. It's part of all of the no copyright sound stuff. It's pretty good, isn't it? No one is streaming. No one good is streaming except you, and you don't like the Embraer. Well, tough luck, buddy. Well, that's all I can say. I might fly something else after this if I can bother to keep going. I'm thinking maybe the MD-80 or the IXEG. I'm not sure which. The latest hotfix for the IXEG is very, very, very nice. So, but also the latest version of the MD-80 is very, very nice. So, I'm a bit spoilt for choice with aircraft at the minute, and that's a good problem to have. All right, so fuel's all set up now. Get our doors and shit shut, I think. Fuel. Okay, so reserve. Put in the reserve now. Our fuel reserves today are apparently, well, the same as before, pretty much. 1500 kilos. Return. And initial cruise altitude is going to be 340. Close but no cigar, Embraer. Transition altitude again. We can't change that because it's glitched out. Needs fixing with a patch. Speed restriction under 10,000, like before. I'm going to set that to 240 under 10,000 instead of 250 because the auto throttle gets a bit excitable, shall we say. Confirming it. That will give us our VNAV data. There you go. So I hop back to perf, go to takeoff, flaps 2. That will give us this stuff. However, I'm going to do, again, arm climb 2. And do a takeoff D-rate as well. There we go. And that gives us our speeds. And our trim, which is always seems to be 2.5 units, apparently. A bit like the Aerosoft Airbus. Anyway, there you go. There's the trim set. I get a TO config warning thing if I don't set that, so I better do it. Alright. Very nice. Back to flight plan. We'll go plan mode, have a little look at it. Looks outstanding to me. Double check it with the chart. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Check the restrictions. 2300 above at UW. And then 4500 above at, yeah, that, which is distant, which is DME 9.5 from ITH, but it is shown up as a little waypoint there on this, which is fine. Then flight level 60 for the rest of it. All the way up to GoSam. GoSam, yep, 60, and then, yep, okay, it's perfect, it's done it. Wonderful. We'll check the arrival when we're doing the descent preparations, so for now, though, it's good. 122.8 is already tuned up there, good. Okay. Looks like we're ready to get moving. Start the APU. Oh, thanks for editing that, Mungo. Cheers. Where can you get the latest hotfix for the iXCG? It will be emailed to you. Check your emails, basically. Just waiting on the APU to start up now, really. I can put on the beacon. There we go. Okay, yep. APU's online. GPU, we do not require the services of any longer. We get to pushback this time, so put the cube out to map. I'll turn on the, I forgot to do it on the way in, so there you go, there's the terrain radar mode. It does have a functional terrain radar, which is nice. It's picking up the hills on the right side there.
You can teach monkeys
So that's
to fly better than that.
RTO for the auto brakes, and yep, let's go. Brakes out, engage tow, push us back, unguard these start switches. Start number 2. Those animations could do with a little bit of work, I won't lie.
can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
Okay. Looking mostly there. Start number 1 up. Yep. That'll do. Stop. Please stop! Very good. Disengage the tow, set the brakes. Guard that again. Right. Engine 1 is coming up. Is the E175 similar? Extremely similar, yeah. I mean, if you're talking about the real plane, the X-Craft's E175 is not similar. Okay, hydraulic pump 3. 3A, you can go back to auto. And nose taxi light. Check the flight controls. Which do look good. This aircraft is a curious mix of fly-by-wire and cabled controls. The ailerons are cabled, so they physically connect to the ailerons, but the elevator and rudder are fly-by-wire. So apparently the reason, according to memos, the reason why the ailerons are cabled is because they literally ran out of time when they were making the plane. They had to meet the deadline, and they were just like, "Fuck it, we'll cable the ailerons instead of instead of doing it fly-by-wire like they originally intended to." So there you go. You'll see the yoke moving around from side to side in the cruise and when the autopilot's on. So yeah, this SSG E170 has a much better FMC and avionics suite than the 175 from X-Craft. Because the X-Craft 175 uses the default X-plane gauges and FMC basically to run it all, whereas the SSG one here is completely custom, you know, pretty much built from scratch, basically. So, alright. Auto throttle on. We'll set 6,000 on the MCP. There you go. All of our speeds, as you can see, have already been done here. V1, VR, V2, VFS. All ready to go. So yeah, let's move.
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
Please? Oh, release the brakes, that'll help. Oh, and the APU can go off. Set flaps 2. Very quiet on the ground, as I said earlier. The sim isn't muted, it really is this quiet. Okay, flaps 2 is set. We can hit TO config, or alternatively we can do it the Boeing way, where you hit your brakes and just go whee with the throttle.
Monkeys to fly better than that.
Which is kind of dumb if you ask me, but hey, yeah, you can do it the Boeing way as well. And it will tell you that it was dinghy because I had the brakes on, but you do it with the brakes off. Like this. Yeah, it doesn't beep at me, so it's good. But yes, alternatively, you can do the sensible thing and use the TO config button. Which just gives us APU shutting down, and that's it. That's good.
You can teach
We've landed the dash yet. No, that does require concentration, I have to admit. I should, again, that's another plane. It's Told you, spoiled for bloody choice. There are too many aeroplanes at the minute, and I do not have enough hours in the day to fly them all. But the Dash is another one I need to do some more flying in. I did a few flights in it last week and thoroughly enjoyed myself. And at some point I need to hook up with Thane and do some shared cockpit in it. He was going to do it tonight, but I was busy early on, and obviously right now I'm streaming, but hopefully later this week I can do a bit of CFD with him in the Dash, because he's a bit of a Dash nerd.
Monkeys to fly better than that.
He sent me a whole, document full of flows, and multiple documents actually full of crew flows and stuff, so... I have a bit of an attitude of fuck it when I'm flying the Dash. I rarely even bother to put my V-speeds in, to be honest with you. I just pull the nose back and wait till it gets airborne.
Monkeys to fly better than that.
Thane is going to insist I do everything by the book, so... Oh, yeah, obviously Chevy as well. But yeah, Thane's just been nagging me to do it for months, so... He's the reason I have the pro version of the Dash, basically, because he was just like, you must do shared cockpit with me, please. You must do shared cockpit. You must do shared cockpit. It's amazing. And I'm like, okay, fine. And I upgraded to the pro version.
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
I want him to. I keep nagging him, to be honest with you, to buy X-Plane so that he can get the IXEG. And so he can do some connected flight deck in that, because he's a 737 nerd as well. So, and I prefer flying the IXEG to the Dash. So they're both pretty cool though, but I do like the IXEG a bit more. Right, here we go. God, it is like a tomb in here, isn't it? On the ground before you spool up the engines. My God. So we're just gliding along. Wind powered, apparently. Alright. I haven't had any angry contact me messages, so I'm going to assume that we don't have any controllers to worry about right now. Nope is the answer to that question. Am I in the UK? Yes. Oh, do you mean in the sim right now? The answer is yes. Do you mean in real life? The answer is also yes. Props 900. Oh God, yeah. That video. Jesus Christ. Majestic must have seen that video as well, and they still haven't changed the condition levers. Alright, off we go. Listing of it to the right, apparently.
V1. VR. V2.
There we go. Gear up. Oh, you know what? You can turn the flight director on. That'd be a good idea. Okay, bit of nose down trim now. We float up and away. Alright, nav. And the big scary VNAV button, which occasionally causes this plane to do some very strange things, but looks like we're good so far. Get those flaps in. flight director in this plane is just completely mental. Up and then down and then up and then down and then up and then down. It's like, what are you even doing? Whatever.
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
We're away. We are getting bounced around quite a bit. Thank you, Scotland, for your hospitable as always weather. What scenery am I using for Scotland? It's a load of Ortho 4XP and a couple of freeware airports, and World 2X plane for the autogen. Oh my god, clouds! Oh, hello, sunlight. That's more like it. Ugh. Performance took a dump there. I think my CPU must be getting nailed at the moment. Yep. It's struggling. It's okay now, though. It's our call sign. It is Flyer 90 Golf. This also comes with a Flybe livery as well, so I'd like to do some Flybe trips in this plane as well, which would be nice. In fact, I've got a Flybe livery for the IXEG, believe it or not. I didn't know this until very, very recently, but Flybe did have a bunch of 737-300s not so long ago. So they flew down to Alicante and, you know, holiday destinations like that. Alright, see you, Ajman. You'll just hear me. Oh, you switching to a tablet or something? Fair enough. Still getting some definite chop here. Wow. Right, now in theory, we need to fly at 6,000 feet all the way over to Gosam, but I don't really see any good reason to torture ourselves like that with no controllers.
You can teach
And
monkeys to fly better than that.
quite frankly, every time I have flown out of Edinburgh with controllers, they've always given me much higher than 6,000 by this point anyway, so fuck it. Flight level 340, here we come. Here's a fun thing. You see how they have LEDs, like, well, you know, little LED type things up above each of these buttons, and they don't light up when I click the buttons? That's not a glitch or a bug or anything like that. It's like that on almost all variants of the real plane that are used by airlines. Apparently, the way it was, like these LEDs were a factory option for the aircraft
Monkeys to fly better than that.
that airlines could have if they wanted it, but apparently almost no operators of this aircraft chose to bother with that option. So you've got these little bits where LEDs should be, but aren't there on the real plane as well. So you just click the button and then you pay attention to what it says on the flight mode annunciator here. So, or twiddle the knobs or do whatever you're doing. And again, I said this before, but I'll say it again, I love that you can just click the heading knob and it syncs up the heading bug immediately. That is a thing of beauty. I do a flight from London to Dublin.
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
You know what? I have Aerosoft Dublin for X-Plane, and it's beautiful scenery, so maybe we should do that. Do they actually fly to Dublin with the E-Jets? That sounds like an E-Jet kind of a destination, to be honest, so... Let me check. They do indeed, yes. We could go as Flyer 38 X-Ray, yeah. We wanted to, or Flyer 373 Lima to Dublin from London City. That is a fantastic choice of destination. Good shout. Because yeah, the Aerosoft Dublin in X-Plane is outstandingly good. Yep. We're accelerating now above 10,000. Maintaining the climb while doing so. Good plane. Good plane. Very good plane. Glad to hear you're in one piece, Mungo. Lights. Got to check, sir. Is everything okay with the lights? Oh, jar design. I will fly that A330 with the new update. I will. Oh, you know what else? You know what else I love about this plane? The clock is automatic. Never again will I have to make that joke about having to return to the stand because we forgot the clock. It's automatic. Look, it has reset and auto. That's so Embraer, though, isn't it? Really? Like. Not even Airbus automate the clock, but Embraer do. Are those stratus clouds? No. This is just a big old thick blanket of overcast. I don't think you get Cirrus and Stratus in X-Plane by default. You need to... If you have SkyMax, you can get a Cirrus layer. But default X-Plane doesn't draw that stuff. It can do it, I think. It's just a case of you need a weather engine that's capable of providing that kind of those levels of detail. And by that, what I really mean is Active Sky need to get their shit together and make a version that works for X-Plane, basically. Because FS Global Real Weather, which is what I'm using right now, is fairly good, but it's no Active Sky. It's really not.
Monkeys to fly better than that.
That is beautiful, right there. Look at that. That's. I'm sorry. I'm saving that. That's a screenshot and a half. That is a desktop background and probably a thumbnail while we're at it too. Heck yeah.
You can see monkeys to fly better than that.
Scrolling off the screen too much. Whatever. That's about right. There we go. Not the thumbnails folder, please. Where is it? Get over here. Get over here. Desktop. It's in here somewhere. Oh god, it's all frozen up now. Okay, there we go. Desktop screenshots. There you are. Save that as SSG.jpg. There we go. Beautiful. I wish we could see a bit more photo scenery, but nah, whatever. That still looks pretty good. To quote Matt, "Look at that! Look at it!" Right. Iced tea! I'd open up song requests, to be honest with you, but I'd quite like this VOD to go on YouTube, so without being muted, you know? Dublin is no more than an E-jet as a destination. Get wrecked, Dubliners. Do a flight to Brazil. I tell you what, when we get round to flying the 777, I will do a flight to Brazil. Ah, look at that. That shot right there. Fucking hell. It's pretty. What? Oh, I forgot. Those views don't work unless you open the cabin door. There we go. That's about as close as you get to a wing view with it, apparently. And there's that, but that's pretty loud. I got that too. And we're flying to and from. We've just left Edinburgh and we're going back to London. Which 777? Oh, the PMDG one. It's the only one worth bothering with, if you ask me. To be honest with you, the 777 is not a very exciting aircraft. It's a bit dull. So if you're going to fly it, you might as well fly the best one that's currently available. And considering I already spent the $120 or whatever it is on the fucking thing, I might as well get my money's worth. I haven't tried the Flight Factor 777 in quite a long time, actually. Maybe I should roll that out again at some point as well, but I don't know. It's all about that PMDG, I suppose. The thing is, the PMDG one,
You can teach.
it has you can get FS2 crew with it, which is the whole virtual co-pilot voice controlled thing, which I really want to try it with. So that's kind of a big incentive right there. Venya MLG, thanks for the follow. And hello, Commander Cody. How's the stream quality been tonight, by the way? I've downsized us to 720p because people were having connection issues. And I lowered the bit rate accordingly as well a little bit, so you have to let me know there how it looks for you guys. Unfortunately, because I'm not a Twitch partner, we don't get transcoding, so I can't stream in like 1080p 60 FPS like I'd like to. But never mind. I applied for partnership again, by the way, and they said no again. They said no again, by the way, very quickly this time, I noticed. Much quicker than last time. I think it's because I don't stream often enough. That's one of the problems. Because viewer count's not really so much of an issue these days. I get a lot more viewers than I used to, but I just don't stream often enough, and I don't really have a schedule at the minute, which is something that needs sorting. So I'm kind of not surprised. They were like, yeah, fuck it, nope. Probably took one look at my stream archive and was just like, well, he hasn't streamed for like two weeks, you know. How's the SSG then? Not bad. It's got some glitches here and there, glitches in the system. A few black cats walking across doorways twice in a row, but for a version 1 tube liner, it's pretty surprisingly good. And yeah, Sim's wigging out because of my Liverpool scenery again.
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
Is the plane overpriced in my opinion? Nah, no, definitely not. It's in this state, it's already more competent than the IXCG was at release, and it's more competent than either of the JAR Airbuses, and they're more expensive. They are. I believe they cost you more. I think they're about $60. Certainly for the A330. So, bearing that in mind, I think this is quite fairly priced for what it is. Jesus Christ, look at that. Should you use the Airbus Fuel Planner or SimBrief? You can get away with SimBrief, I think, but the Airbus Fuel Planner would probably be more accurate based on Aerosoft's fuel burn as opposed to what a real Airbus would take, I suppose. But I get away with using SimBrief with the Aerosoft Airbus most of the time. It got me across the pond without running out of fuel. We came a little close, but we didn't actually run out of fuel, so I think it's mostly good. Well, you know, I mean, there aren't... I think in P3D the version 1 products are again still a bit wonky. I've never been around for a version 1 of any of PMDG stuff, but I've been told that their version 1 stuff is quite often extremely wonky as well. And the FS Labs Airbus, when that comes out for FSX and Prepared, I am quite sure that is going to be extremely buggy as well to begin with. I think that's part of the reason they're doing that weird first come first served release schedule for it, because they know it's going to be a bit glitchy out of the gate. Hell, their bloody Concorde is still glitchy. That thing's been out for ages, so but yeah, no, on the whole, this thing is for a version 1 product, it's way more competent than it probably has any right to be. So, I mean, this entire trip so far, it's just been completely flawless. Completely, like it's done everything it needs to do. And the last flight was pretty much perfect as well, except for that weird hiccup towards the end there, where it just... I don't know what it did. It just went a bit mental. Went up to toga thrust and climbed 3,000 feet for some reason. But yeah, version 1, like I said. Try Speedbird 2 tomorrow with a fuel planner. Ah, I see. Yeah. It's a bit weather dependent, I think, because from what I've heard, the winds over the Atlantic today were like the headwind going westbound was atrocious, like 90 knots headwind in some places, according to Christian. So yeah, that's probably what it was that did you in. To be honest, I think it was, you know, the slightly iffy fuel calculations for the A318 mixed with a stonking great headwind of titanic proportions. And that's kind of, you know, well, that's like, you know, air crash investigation stuff, really, isn't it? A whole bunch of factors leading to a horrible disaster. I mean, you know, theoretically, SimBrief should do the better job because SimBrief actually takes into account the weather, but, you know, clearly not. Because when I went across doing Speedbird 1, the wind headwind was not nearly as bad. I mean, it wasn't amazing, but it was not 90 knots on the nose, sure. So I still only arrived at about a ton and a half of fuel, so. I kind of feel like on a long haul, as a general rule, it might be a good idea to just... Oh, we're only just reaching cruise. Fucking hell. It might be a good idea to just, as a rule of thumb, add a couple of extra tons just to be on the safe side. If you can, of course. You're not already filled up to the brim. Go away, X-Squawkbox chatbox. Yeah. Killing my buzz. Your first stream. Oh yeah, the Loch Ness Monster. Oh my god, yeah, we should do that again at some point. We did go back and see Nessie in the Mosquito, didn't we? Was the Quality Wing 757 worth getting? Oh boy. If you were talking to Cuddly Chops, he would say, fuck no. I don't have enough experience with the thing to really judge. I reinstalled it the other day, actually, because I was curious, because I was itching to fly a 757 for some reason, and the flight factor one at the minute for me, an X-plane won't run properly. It seems to have a memory leak issue or something, I don't know what it is. So I reinstalled the Quality Wings one. And I did try to fly it to Amsterdam from Heathrow, and I can't remember exactly what it did. It's just its VNav or something started to act really funky in the cruise. I'm going to try another flight in it at some point. Give it the benefit of the doubt and try it again, but yeah, it's Quality Wings, man. It'll either work fine or it'll be an absolute fucking disaster. It's a bit of a lottery.
Monkeys to fly better than that.
How do you update your A350 for version 1.3? What? Was there been a new update for the A350? What's going on? What's going on? What's really? News to me, if that's the case. You want to do some United flying, but you don't have X-planes, so there's no decent 767. Ah, I see. Still have message on my PFD here, and yet there is no message. Don't know what that's about. Has my weather ripped out again? I think it has. Let me just pause it. Environment, weather. Yeah, thought so. Whoa, boy! Fasten your fucking seatbelts. They were fastened already, good stuff. Oh dear. Weather injections in X-Plane. Yeah, the 747-800, I don't think it's sold very well, has it? I mean, the only... Aside from the cargo version, the passenger version, I think the only airline I can think of that uses the damn thing is Lufthansa. I think that's it. Off the top of my head. It's not very popular. I mean, BA are buying exclusively A380s to replace all their 747s and yeah, A380s, A350s and 787s anyway. Right, you can get up now. After that brief piece of expected turbulence is over. Crawling back up to cruise speed now. Top descent is coming up. We don't really need to do any inputting of stuff down here on account of the fact that we already did that on the ground in Edinburgh. But I will go into plan mode and step through most of this shortly. Just to make sure it's all good. It should be though. I have faith in the plane's ability to draw out the approach there. It's all RNAV, so the it's pretty much perfect as far as this thing's concerned. Like an RNAV procedure is perfect really because it just literally consists of point and drawing dots between them. So, and that this FMC can do in spades. Aircraft update. 20 hours ago. Oh my word. This is a blink and you will miss it moment in that Flight Factor has upgraded the A350 XWB to version 1.3. Let me move that over here. Officially, the upgrade only includes new external reflections or a glossy exterior to the aircraft. Oh boy, is that all they've done? They just added that weird shiny glass effect from the 767. The reflection change is small but highly significant as it completely changes the look of the aircraft, as the original had a slightly flat look about it. No, it doesn't change it. I hate that reflections plugin. It looks AIDS. Never mind. Is that it then? Is that literally all they've done? Well, that's a bit disappointing. Changelog is, yeah, it's literally... Changelog is version 1.3.0, bullet point, added external reflections, and that is it. That's the end. Well. Okay. Okay, Flight Factor, fine. Whatever. Airways and maybe VNAV, yeah. I mean, if you put it in with XFMC, it's still pretty flyable, like I said, but you shouldn't have to do that on a product that costs as much as that does. And SIDS and stars, you know. I mean, come on. Yeah, that's the real big thing about that plane. It's just the lack of SIDS and stars. It just takes the piss. Really does. I mean, you know, the framework for a lot of the good stuff in that plane is there. Like, you can create custom waypoints to your heart's content. You can do overfly waypoints. You can do all that kind of stuff. The fly-by-wire is outstanding. That's the real high point of that plane, is the fly-by-wire. But yeah, it's just missing those crucial features in the FMGS. But, you know, like I said, it's flyable. If it goes on sale, it's probably worth getting. I mean, that's the only reason I have it, is because they put it on sale like 50% off a while ago, and I was like, you know what, for 50% off, I will buy it. But, yeah. Is it worth going to P3DRX planes? I haven't spent a lot on FSX yet. Probably, yeah, I would say so. If you want to future-proof yourself a bit, I would move to P3DRX plane, for sure. I don't really know how much longer FSX is going to be supported for, so... Imagine if Flight Factor and JAR and SSG for that matter just went to hardcore mode and fixed all their planes. Imagine. I know. It's just, you know, go into IXEG mode and then just be like, here's a, you get a hot fix, and you get a hot fix, and you get a hot fix, you know, like, those guys are mental. Like, when that plane came out and it was a little bit balked, I was really disappointed, because I was thinking, you know, it's gonna be like, you know, like a month or two before they put a patch out to fix this crap, and no, they literally had a hotfix out by the end of the fucking release week. You know, that fixed like half of the issues it had. I kind of wish I'd been able to go to Flight Sim Con and meet the guys themselves, because apparently they're a really awesome team. They're so damn passionate about the aircraft and the sim and everything. So they're definitely not in it for the money. They really do care about their work. So they're cool dudes. They are very cool dudes. They are the Mac to PMDG's Microsoft in many ways. All the other way around, really, depending on how you want to look at it, I guess, but depending on your perspective. Top of drop incoming. Oh, God. Excuse me.
Monkeys to fly better than that.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many talented developers out there. If some clever clogs came along with a lot of money and said to all of them, look, I want all of you to get together and help us make a just amazing flight sim. Like, fucking get Taxi to Gate and Fly Tampa to do all the fucking airport visuals and stuff like that. Get Orbex to do all the land class shit. Get Aerosoft and PMDG and all those guys to do the aircraft side of things and the flight model stuff. Oh man, can you imagine? It'd be like the fucking Avengers of flight sim fucking developers, and I've just realised that's probably the nerdiest thing I've said in my fucking life. Oh my god. Oh, I need to go throw myself off a bridge for that one, Jesus. You know what, I have no idea if the TCAS in this works. No idea whatsoever. We are on VATSIM, so we might find out. I never bothered to switch it on, to be honest with you. I've gotten used to not bothering in most planes. Also, CPU getting nailed again. Arg.
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
Right, top of droppings is coming uppings, so I'm going to switch over to plan mode and have a little steppy step through this. Make sure it's all kosher. I'm going to get the Jacko chart up on the right side there and then just have a look at this. So, crossing restrictions. Rugby needs to be flight level 200. And it's not set flight level 200 in here, so that needs fixing. Dash flight level 200. Probably going to bring our top of descent forward significantly. Now I think about it, yep, quite a bit forward. In fact, wow. All right, shit. Let's just execute that quickly so the plane can start descending. Very good. All right, so continuing. Rugby flight level 200. What the hang on a minute. Okay, so Rugby's flight level 200, and yet further along here, Oddvod is flight level 220. Eh. I don't think... Well... Mate, that's a little confusing. Whatever, we're descending now. Fuck it. Yeah, no, I don't think that restriction needs to be there. I'm going to get rid of it. I think we got that wrong. What we do need to be is 220 at Oddvod, though, and that is in there, so... that's very strange on the chart. Whatever. I'll just execute that. See what the VNAV does as a result of that. It's definitely slowed off its descent a bit, hasn't it? Whatever. Alright, so stepping on. Yeah, this all looks good. Max 250 knots at Nudna. And it's got that. Good. Inlim needs to be flight level 120, and it's there. Jacko's flight level 90, that's in. And then 6,000 at Ravza. I fucked that up. Whoops. Ravza, yeah, 6,000. 9,000, yeah. Flight level 90, LCE 23. Yeah, it's all pretty much perfect. AtPev is fine. LCE 07 is 4,000. Yep, it's all good. It's all good. The only thing is, it's just that final approach. Down here. So at some point, yeah, the ILS kind of starts around here near Lavno, so yeah, it's going to take us all the way in. But by this point here, along this area, we'll be tuned into the localizer anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And we'll be armed in approach mode all the way down there. Ready to land, so yeah, all looks good anyway. That's the bottom line. It looks fine. Oh, hello. Traffic, traffic. Clear of conflict. Who are they then? Who are these guys on our left? You know, who needs TCAS when you've got VAT Spy? I mean, really. That is Ryanair 14 Victor Zulu, going from Stansted to Glasgow, and Ryanair 218, going from Gatwick to Edinburgh. Say hello to Scotland for us, gentlemen. My frames, my frames. Give me them frames. Yeah, this plane is not good on the frame rate. Really not good on the frame rate. It's not bad on the external, but in the cockpit, yeah, it's disgusting. Flyable, completely flyable, but ugh. Can this thing do a barrel roll? Yep. According to Mermoz, who flies it in real life, pretty much most airlines can do a barrel roll. You know, it's a 1G maneuver technically, so at least that's what he said. Apparently, when you're training to fly these things, you get into the simulator and you do a barrel roll once, and then you get it out of your system. So, hello, Hawkfish. Welcome aboard. Good evening, sir. I do like this plane. I do. I even like the crazy looking yokes. They remind me of Concorde's yokes. So. Review the weather for London City. Wind is 250 with 12 knots, variable 210 to 270. Visibility is 70 kilometers. Altimeter is, well, QNH is 1015. Sky cover is broken, few at 2000. Yeah, few at 2000 feet broken, 2800. Temperature's 21, dew point 16. No precipitation. Sounds good to me. Set auto brake medium. Although, like I said, this plane will stop on a dime, so I'm not worried about not stopping in time at London City in this plane. It will. Like, last time I landed this thing at London City, I did maximum reverse with, I think, max auto brake, and we stopped before we'd even used up half of the runway. It was crazy. Like, you could almost hear the passengers, you know, getting whiplash in their fucking seats. $32 gigs of RAM will not help you in P3D at all. I would not do that if I were you. It will help you a bit in the next plane, but not in P3D whatsoever, really, no, to be honest. That is my unprofessional opinion. Take it with a grain of salt, but yeah. Iced tea. Oh. I'm going to drag this down to 6,000 feet because I'm feeling lazy. The VNav in this plane is pretty good. I've got to be honest, actually. I'm able to sit back and just kind of put my faith in the aircraft to descend on profile quite easily. It hasn't done me wrong yet in that department, and that's saying a lot because VNav's pretty bloody difficult to get right. The chief problems I seem to have had so far are with, I think it's mostly with the autopilot mode. It just occasionally does very odd things when you switch over into manual flight level change and stuff like that. When you start going into manual speed and that sort of thing, it sort of wigs out a little bit occasionally. I've checked as well, and it's completely fine reprogramming itself with a completely different runway or something. If you have to change runways at the last minute, the McDo will do that with almost no problems whatsoever. It won't shit itself like XFMC, for example. Are we there yet? Look, we've got to go all the way out here and then a big dog leg back in, and then this is the Thames Estuary right here, this entire bit, where we fly back in down here on a really long localizer course. Basically, it's like landing into LA or something. You fly a really bloody long localizer all the way down into the middle of London. Heading to Dublin. Maybe we may head to Dublin after this. Maybe. I don't know. It's getting kind of late. I'd almost quite like to save Dublin almost for maybe the next patch of this thing, so I can make a proper video and actually log it with BA Virtual. Because I can't log this with BAV at the moment, unfortunately, because XUIPC, which BAV's Phoenix software uses to link with X-Plane, it causes this plane to go bonkers. So Toodles, Gentile. Have a good one. You gonna go because you realise you're in terrible need of a shave? Join the club. Jeopardy theme, anyone? What about Belfast? That's even further away, man. Do I have Belfast Aldergrove scenery? I should do, I think, somewhere. Just need to sit back in my seat. Oh my god. Oh, it feels good. This office chair reclines backwards to a slightly ludicrous degree, so I'm almost horizontal right now, but it feels so good. Fly to Sydney. It's on the to-do list, actually, now you mention it, but oh my god. It's like 2 15-hour flights in the 777. Oh. I'm going to do it at some point, though, mostly just to be able to say that I have done it. Yeah, just send down to the fucking moon while we're at it, yeah. Just load up our Kerbal Space Program and fly to the moon in real time. Ugh. I mean, when you want to do Sydney, mate, we can do it together. That's very kind of you to offer, Mungo. I may well take you up on that. I will not be doing it in real time, as in, you know, Dave Wriggles. I am super duper hardcore and depart when the real flight departs, because fuck that. I am not getting through the entire night in 1 hour naps in between position reports. That is a kind of madness I will simply not stoop to. So if I do it, we'll be starting at the crack of stupid in the morning and going all the way until the night. Need some tiles for the moon. Josh J. Gibbs, welcome aboard, sir. Right on time. You never do it in real time either. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how he does it. I mean, Jesus. That's some serious dedication, but you know. To be honest with you, I'd do it in real time too if it weren't for the fact that Bav insists on waking us up every hour to do our pos reps. If that wasn't the case, I'd totally do it in real time, and I'd go to sleep in the cruise like the real pilots do. You know. You know what? This flight deck's not bad. Like, it could be better, and they are actually going to improve the textures apparently with the coming updates. But it looks pretty good actually. It's well, I mean, it's way better than their 747 was. Holy crap! But then again, it's not particularly difficult to make better textures than that, so. The 30 times simulation rate, yeah. I'm actually flying Concorde. I just just forgot to put it in the flight plan. I filed it with the wrong ICAO code. I'm sorry. I'm flying Concorde, honest. You know, pointed out over the sea like this, my frame rate actually is quite nice. Finally. You just wait till we get inbound towards London again. It's just going to be... it'll be down in the 20s and 15s, I think. That's with the LOD dialed all the way back in real Terra Haze as well, so... And the cloud textures as well. It's still HDV2, except it's not HD anymore. I reduced it down to 256 by 256 cloud textures, which honestly I think still look fine, but they're way better on performance, like way better. Like if we were in anything other than the SSG right now, the frame rate would be just beautiful. Like I said, I flew the Rotate MD-80 yesterday, and I got almost a solid 60 frames per second for pretty much the entire flight, start to finish. It was absolutely outstanding. Right, there we go. We'll start this. We're inbound Jacko now, and then you do this weird dogleg thing out here, and then here at Ravsert, that's when the final approach pretty much starts. Kind of. It's a very long final approach. Like I said, it's a bit like LA. But yeah, at that point we can start getting ourselves configured. So ideally, a bit of an approach brief, I guess. Ideally, what we want to do is before we hit the ILS, before we hit that 5.5 degree glide path, we want to be fully configured to hit the tarmac, basically. So as we intercept the glide slope diamond, we want to be flaps full, gear down, spoilers full, and we want to be at our VREF +5. So, and then we will ride that all the way down the glide slope, because otherwise you're going too steep to be able to slow down in time. You just can't do it. So you need to be doing like 120 knots or whatever it is at the top of the glide slope, and then you just float all the way down, fully configured to land. Which runway and star are we taking? Runway 27, and we are taking the Jacko 1 mic with the 27 Jacko on our transition. Speaking of VREFs and things, yeah, we want flaps full, which gives us a VREF of 118 knots. Holy crap, that's slow. So yeah, that means we'll be going down there at about 123 knots in theory. And it's a really steep glide slope, seriously. Like, you don't... 5.5 degrees doesn't mean much until you actually see it for yourself. It's pretty crazy. Like, you're going down on that glide path, and every bone in your body is saying, go around, go around, go around. But, yeah. It's always fun. It's always fun. We've slowed to 210 knots, which is correct. See, like I said, the VNav, it's damn good. It's damn good on this plane.
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
Hell yeah. Flyby. Look at the crab. Woo! Yep. Yeah, 23 knots inbound off the starboard side there. Yikes.
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
How long till landing? Oh, not very long now. Not very long at all. It may not look like it out there, but we're getting pretty close. So I'm gonna put the out select down to 3000.
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
However, we are going to stay at flight level 90 all the way around this dogleg here. And then we'll start descending once we get past Lima Charlie Echo 23 inbound to RAV. So we'll descend down to 6000. Stay at 6000 until Gap Gee, and then descend down further. And we want to be 3000, max 185 knots at Lavno, which is all the way off to the end of the screen there. So. This plane equals Airbus plus Boeing plus Dash. Pretty much, yep. Pretty much. It's a bastard child of the three. In the nicest possible way. It's really weird, this approach. Like, it's so strange to be doing 210 knots this far away from the airport, because we're still, like, we're out over the sea right now. We're way off of the Thames estuary. You know, we're out in the Channel right now. You know, you want to look at a chart, right? This is where we are right now. London is all the fucking way over here. This is where we are right now, but we're already at 210 knots. So, Do I have Canary Wharf scenery? Yes, I do. At least I should do. The scenery is very nice down there, it's just laggy as shit. Let's have a look at VatSpy.
You can teach monkeys
No
to fly better than that.
controllers whatsoever. Then again, it is midnight, so that's fair enough. Although Stansted's online. I've noticed that Stansted like to stay online really, really late into the night for some reason. Again, I should fly out of there more often because it is my local airport, but I've noticed that those guys, they stay online till pretty goddamn late at night. I love this paint job. It's so good. SSG really nailed the external model and livery on this. He really did. All of the paint schemes that come with this plane are really nice. This and the Delta one's my favourite, I think. Although the Alaska one's pretty gorgeous too. We're just setting up in Vienna to do Vienna to Tokyo Narita. Wow. Fair enough. Long haul's not as bad as everyone makes it out to be fair. I mean, like, I was kind of slightly dreading doing that Speedbird 1 video, but actually, as it turned out, the 7 or 8 hours or so it took really just flew by, because I was off doing other stuff during the cruise, you know. Just getting other work done and that sort of thing. It actually flew by. Like I was, you know, inbound JFK sooner than I actually thought. Wasn't a big deal at all. In fact, the same day I went across the pond again in Concorde. So I crossed the pond twice in one day, going the same direction, basically. Once in the A318 and once in Concorde. So. Devil's Creation 6, very good. Yeah, I've not flown that in a while, have I? I probably should. It's just, again, I got so many bloody planes that I need to fly. I got like a list. I bought the bloody Coronado Piper Navajo like last week. I got Russia's flight model fixes for it as well, and I've flown it once and I haven't touched it since because I just haven't had the time. But I keep meaning to go on Pilot Edge with that thing and do some hardcore GA nonsense. Alright, here we go. We're heading up this way and then we'll make a left turn and we'll be flying right down the Thames. Green Banana's predicting we'll be at 3,000 feet just after Lima Charlie Echo 07, which is perfect. Yeah, Hubble Airways is good. You could do the whole EasyJet thing and be Hubble.com. Hubble.aero. Captain Sim TriStar deserves some more attention. Yes, it does. That's another plane on my list. I've got a whole heap of lovely, lovely TriStar BA virtual routes that I intend to fly with that thing. I would like to do I'd like to do a proper long haul trip in the TriStar. Actually, apparently, I believe there's a flight they do. The longest TriStar flight available on schedule, I think, is from Heathrow to Vancouver in the L1011, and I would very much like to have a pop at that at some point. I don't know how the SIVA unit would react to all of that. I don't know whether or not I'd have to do a DME update myself, or whether or not it would sort of do that by automatically or whatever, because I know you can set it to automatically add route waypoints, but I don't know about DME updating, or if you even have to do it. Oh, the gyro drift is modelled then, yeah, good. DME updates for the win. It's alright, I mean, I flew the 727 earlier with the SIVA, and the gyro drift on that thing is ridiculous. Like, the SIVA plugin for X-Plane's mostly pretty good, but the decay rate on it is ridiculous. It's silly. It's way too fast. I couldn't get from Heathrow to Manchester without it, you know, getting out of alignment completely. It was a bit silly. It even decays when you're not moving as well. That's the thing. Like, you put it out of a line and into nav mode, and you can sit there with the park brake on at the gate, and it will decay without the aircraft even moving an inch. It's a bit silly. That doesn't seem right to me, really. So, where am I landing? London City. Down there somewhere, the middle of London. If you're not familiar with London City Airport, you're in for a bit of a surprise. Mungo, have you ever flown on one of these City Flyer jobs before? I have to admit, mate, I'll be slightly surprised if you haven't. I mean, well, oh, you must have done, because you went on the A318, didn't you? So yeah, you will have been into London City. When do we start slowing to 180 knots? Never, according to this. It needs to be changed then. Oh, wait, no, never mind. That's for the holding pattern. That's not actually for the... Yeah, okay, never mind. I read that wrong. Learn to read charts, Dave. You simpleton. Why are we kind of leveling off right now? I'm guessing because of a restriction of some sort? Yeah, looks like it. Ah, yeah, here, there we go. Now we're coming down. Good stuff.
You can teach monkeys to fly better than that.
Oh, speaking of parachutes, right? This is another plane to add to the list, but you know the new freeware beta of the C-47 for FSX. I've got that, right, and there's a paratrooper version where instead of a seatbelt light, you have a green light and red light, and you go green light, you know, red light and then green light or whatever, and paratroopers jump out of the back of the plane. It's the coolest shit ever. That's really good, by the way. The Manfred Jan DC-3/C-47. It's freeware and it's like just amazing. It's like the most amazing freeware I think I've ever seen. Like, it's payware quality. Like, it's literally almost, it's like study sim quality. Like, it's got, you know, it's like the DC-6 almost. It's literally DC-6 quality, but, you know, free. It's actually mad. Like, it's even got the built-in checklists with the guy talking and doing the checklists and shit. with you and stuff. It's absolutely crazy. And there's a gorgeous cockpit and external model and everything. It's really good. What happens if I put some speed brake out right now? Yeah, it just throttles up. Okay, fair enough. It's on a VNAV profile and it wants to stay on that VNAV profile, clearly. As if someone just typed Kappa in Unicom. I am done. I am so done. There we go. You can almost see London City. It's right there where my mouse is pointing. Prepare for the FPS drop. Oh yeah, it's coming. It is coming. It's getting worse the closer we get. Incoming. Darcy blows. You can already see the shard from here. I think that might be Battersea Power Station over there. I'm not sure. I think that's Canary Wharf. You can see all the. There's the O2 Arena. Which payware would I recommend for X-Plane? Wow. The IXEG 737 is awesome. This is not bad. The Flight Factor 767 is awesome. Really, just look at the add-ons I've got listed below the stream. Pretty much everything in there is great. All the FlyJSim stuff, the FlyJSim 737-200 and the 727 series, they're fantastic. Especially the 727 with the latest update. That thing is outstanding. All right, just about level off at 3,000. And radio. Just double check the ILS is in there. 111.15, it is indeed. The automatic thing did its job. Back to flight plan. Approach. We have the localizer. Excellent. Glide slope diamond. It's in position. Manual speed. Just as we level off at 3,000. Okay. Speed is now going to come back. Right the way back.
Monkeys to fly better than that.
So about 123 knots. Gears coming down. Flaps. Flaps full. And there's the rain effect that I don't like very much. I wonder if we put the wipers on. Oh, that's alright. Whatever. It's just mega distracting, to be honest with you. Alright. Oh yeah, just go away, seriously. Yikes. Get rid of the rain effect, please. Thank you. Yeah, the frame rate's taking a dump really now at this point. So we're fully configured almost, by the spoilers, and wallowing around in the sky like a champion. That glide slope is incoming very shortly. On a normal approach, we'd already be too high. Not at London City, though. Oh no. Here it comes. And maximum spoiler. I feel like I'm landing a fucking lightning fighter jet now, with like full spoilers out and shit. Here it comes. Glide slope. And down we go. Whee! Lights are on. Ding ding, we're landing. Water brakes armed. Fucking Unicom spam needs to go away and kill itself. Maximum spoilers, yes. Dave dies at the end. The roller coaster would indeed be a good description, yes. It looks incredible on the replay, though. Here we go. Yeah, the wind is really not doing us any favors right now. It's so variable right now. You see the arrow just keeps moving constantly. I wouldn't be surprised if you're reaching for the vomit bags at this point, folks. I'm gonna leave the autopilot in as long as I can for this one.
1,000.
I can already see the fire truck flashing from up here. At least I thought it could. Where is he? There he is, just hiding behind the Aer Lingus there. Oh my god. Alright.
500.
My aircraft, for better or worse, here we go. Oh, we're a bit fast.
300. 200.
That GPWS though.
100. 30. 20. 10.
Down you get, my son. Thank you. Bit of a carrier landing, that one, but... Okay, reverses. Like I said, the reverse on this thing, the reverse thrust is crazy. Like, look how quickly we're stopping right now. That's not even full reverse. Whee! Yep, stow it. clean up. Oof, that was a bit nerve-wracking. That wind was not that was not fun. Actually, it was fun, but I mean, you know what I mean. That wind made things a little bit more interesting than they otherwise would have been. Jesus. Alright. My frame rate. Oh my god. And the strobe. And the transponder. Fucking hell. Right. Oh my god, it's the return of the epic bag guy. Although he's been slowed down a bit since we last saw him. He's actually... I mean, he's hauling like a champion, but he's hucking those bags a little slower than he used to. I think he must be getting old. Then we'll go back to the stand we started at. Coffee's all over the floor. Well, wouldn't have it any other way, man. What can I say? Here we go. See if we can do the whole turn and everything. Get that APU started while we're at it. Other turn, yeah. Okay. Even the fucking parking is a challenge at London City. I mean, Christ. Close enough, it'll do. Brakes on. Welcome to London. Alright, let's get a replay. Hopefully it won't crash. Famous last words, but yeah, hopefully it won't crash. Oh yeah, look at that. Here we go. Oh boy. Let's move our asses over to the standard London City spotting area from over on this side. Here it comes. Why is this approach so steep? Basically because of all the buildings and shit in the way. And noise restrictions as well. Fuck me, that wasn't too bad considering. I've seen worse in real life on video. Bit of a thud, but yeah. It'll do.
80 knots.
Thank you for that, co-pilot. Back you go, sir. Back you go.
80 knots.
Whee! Bit of a tap dance down there, but it's all right. Didn't have to roll the trucks this time. There it is over there. Oh god. Where is he? There he is. London City Airport Fire and Rescue Service. Where's that video of the RJ landing, the Swiss one, landing into London City and nearly destroying the entire plane in the process? Because that's some pretty incredible shit, even by my standards. See a Hubble telescope. Have a good one. That is ridiculous. It's just, it's falling with style, isn't it, really? It's, it's not a landing. Jesus Christ, look at it. From this angle, it's just, it's way more obvious, like, how steep that is. Oh, yeah, it did come down with a bit of a thud. Fucking hell.
80 knots.
But yeah, good fun, good fun. One more bonus to this plane, really. It goes beyond just being your regular tube liner, because you can do fun shit like that with it. It's one of the reasons I like it. It's one of the reasons I bought it as well, because I knew I'd be able to do this London City stuff with it. Steep approach for the win. Where's that? Okay, Josh has the link. Oh, yeah, here we go. Look at this, look at this. Hold on. Let me shove that over onto the other side, and we'll do this properly. There we go. Watch this. Oh my god. Jesus. Boing. Fucking hell. Jesus, my back hurts just watching that. So yeah, it's kind of a notorious airport, really, as you can see. Thank you for posting that, Josh. Cheers. So yeah, give you one more. I'd give you a wing view, but there aren't any with this plane. Which makes me sad. It really does. I guess we got this kind of wing view. That looks a lot more graceful even from this view, to be fair. Mental how noisy it is on the outside and how quiet it is in here. Alright, one more GoPro view. Let's do this. Oh, that frame rate. Ugh. Disgusting.
$500. $400. $300. $200.
Sync rate, 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 sync rate.
30, 20, 10.
Off the centre line like a champion.
80 knots.
Alright, cheers Christian. Yeah, that's probably about it from me as well, to be honest. I've come to the end point of what I can still stream and actually be entertaining, so we'll have to save the MD80 for another day, and Dublin for another day, and the JAR A330 for another day, and the IXCG, and the DC3, and the Navajo, and oh my god. And the TriStar. And Concorde. Good grief. Right. Did we turn off the engines? Did not, but we have now. Wait, that's the wrong thing. Oops. We wanted these. There we go. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Finito. We are done. We went up to Edinburgh and we came back in the E-Jet. And it was a lot of fun.
Boom, Sir Daisy. Enough
To make you weep, yes indeed. So there you go. That was the... you almost said Wilco again. That was the SSG.
You can teach
Hello.
monkeys to fly better than that.
That was the SSG E170 Evolution. Yeah, that's the one. Hope you enjoyed it. I certainly did. I think the plane's bloody good. I actually do. It's got its issues, but they're surprisingly small considering. Yeah, I really like it. I'm eagerly awaiting a new patch, but I will be definitely flying this quite a bit on my own time, I think. It's good to finally have a good E-Jet, frankly, because been missing that really, because the Wilco was just a bit meh, and the X-Craft one was even more meh. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool indeed. Apparently they're going to go ahead and do the 175 and the 190 and the 195 as well. So they're going all out with it. They're definitely gonna do the whole series, which is pretty cool if you ask me. So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, and they're going to do updates. I believe the next one is going to have some texture overhauls for the cockpit, which will be nice. Mostly, yeah, I would love to see some performance improvements because it's a bit rough. It's not unflyable by any stretch of the imagination. Even in the middle of Shitsville, London, with Canary Wharf and all that other garbage, and VATSIM traffic and everything slowing us down. Also, by the way, just for those of you keeping score, we did just do like 6 replays on VATSIM. I didn't actually log off of VATSIM, I've suddenly realised. It's a good fucking thing. But there was nobody around, huh? This would be great for your Flybe virtual career. Yeah, I mean, look, they've got Flybe in here. Where is it? There you go. Wait a second. There you go. Ta-da! I've got it. Even comes with the stairs. So, yeah. Got a Flybe livery for the 737 as well, actually. That looks pretty dope. Anyway. Is there a plane crashing? I don't know. Was someone flying around up there? I'm assuming he was probably someone trying to get into Heathrow. And doing a bunch of crazy vectoring because it's Heathrow and it's Unicom and that's what you do. So yeah, I've been very pleasantly surprised with this because I will be honest, based on SSG 747, I thought this was going to be a bit rubbish, but it's actually not rubbish at all. It's genuinely very, very good. It's got some of the best VNAV I've seen in a while from an X-plane airliner. In fact, it's really good VNAV. It's really fucking good. I mean, you saw it fly that entire arrival back there. All I had to do was reset the MCP altitude every now and again, and it did the whole fucking thing. Every altitude constraint, every speed constraint, it met it all at the correct times. Just, yeah. Really good. Really, really good. So, yeah. It's only going to get better with updates as well, so... I recommend it, especially for the price, because it's... let me look it up. How much is this going for right now? Let's see. They are selling this one for $50, so that's significantly less than the IXEG. That's less than the JAR design Airbuses, I do believe. Let me just check that. Hang on a minute. I can't even find the JAR Airbuses on here right now. Are they not showing them on? Oh wait, they put it under Neo. Huh. Even though the JAR fucking A320 is not a Neo, but never mind. Yeah, the JAR design A320 is $60 versus $50 for this. And considering this already flies better than the JAR does, yeah. As Cranky says, it's a steal at $50, I think. For sure. I think that's an incredibly fair price point, honestly. The Rotate MD8 just came up. Oh, I need to fly that thing again. Now I've got Cranky's Speak of the Devil, actually. I've got the TWA liveries for that thing now. I can't stop flying it. I'm just that paint job alone just brings it to a whole new level of gorgeous. And the latest update for that is pretty good too, so just want them to add holds. I just want them to add holds to that thing, and then it'll be good. That'll be perfect. Holds and maybe custom waypoints. Only major downside of this performance. Yeah, pretty much. It has done a couple of funny things with me once or twice, as you saw when we were coming into Edinburgh, and the flight level change just kind of wigged out completely, and put us into a sort of weird TCAS climb almost. But that was pretty easy to get under control. So it does do that every once in a while, and yeah, the performance isn't brilliant, and it doesn't play nicely with XPUIPC. Like, if you've got that, you need to disable it when you fly this aircraft, because otherwise it will do all sorts of crazy shit. So, did I get both versions? Yeah. I got the regular one and the red one. I forget the name. That's a special name. It's written on the engine nacelle. Anyway, yeah, but I got them both. They're both beautiful. I love all the TWA paint jobs. I think they're so good. It's a bit like Dan Air in the UK. I just really, really love those airlines. The sort of slightly odd ones that aren't around anymore. Any idea what video or streams you plan to do next? Well, let's see. On the gaming side of things, there's a video I need to upload immediately after the stream is finished, which is a brand new series. And on the sim side of things, next video will hopefully be Speedbird 2. So we'll be going back from Kennedy to London City in the A318. Stream-wise, I would like to... Well, I'd like to fly the Rotate, actually, probably next time. The Rotate and the IXEG again at some point. And on the pre-3D side of things, I'd like to do Concorde, and I'd like to do the TriStar. Although I think I might make Concorde another video, to be honest with you. I want to fly it to Boston, basically, so... Because I've got Fly Tampa Boston installed, and I want to fly Concorde into it. In a completely non-sexual way. I still want to fly some more 727 as well. I love that plane. I want to see how far I can get on the current engines and airframe without breaking it. Because I've got to the point now with that thing where in the menu, engine 1 and engine 3 have both turned like a turquoisey green. So they've gone from condition like new to condition good, because I've put like 14, 15 hours on them now, I think. So I want to see how far I can get with them before I break something. I'm really loving the persistent, airframe condition maintenance stuff on that plane. And I want to fly the Hawk as well. I almost forgot. I want to fly the new Just Flight Hawk, because that's pretty cool too. And the Navajo, like I said, I want to do some shimmy around low and slow on Pilot Edge for a bit, do some VFR and some tech routes and stuff in the Navajo. Now that I've got it, and I've got Rush's flight model changes for it. Yeah, Boston. Pointy Pencil Supersonic. Yeah. Old Pointy is going to Boston. Then after that, I'm thinking maybe Barbados. And then I'd like to have a go at doing one of those round the world tours and maybe do it as a series. And the Concorde round the world tours that they did. Some of it will be pretty rough as well, because a lot of it goes over land. So, because there's a Concorde route I know that goes down to Singapore via Bahrain, I think, and a lot of that is over land. So you're like a Mach 0.96 or something like that. Just sort of tootling along subsonically, which effectively turns it into a long haul flight. Fly me to Barbados, yeah. Blow me to Bermuda. Fucking hell, I love that film. Like, of all the Disney movies out there, I think The Sword in the Stone is still my favourite. guys, I am done. I'm gonna go find someone to shove you onto, actually. Who's streaming right now? Torb! Torb is streaming, Torbinator. He's streaming, what is he streaming? Pilot Edge VFR, exactly what I was just talking about, in fact. He's in the Bonanza F-33 with the Reality Expansion Pack, which is like my favourite GA plane ever, so yeah. You can go say hello to Torbinator for me. I'll shove a link in the chat. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It has been a terrific amount of fun. Even more than I thought it would be, actually. It's a combination of the crowd tonight being really good, the plane being awesome, the sim looking really good, and all the rest of it. So yeah. Have fun, everybody. I will catch you next time. I need to start streaming more regularly. I will see if I can't stream maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Actually, I need to go do another thing tomorrow, but maybe the day after. But yeah, we're back soon. For now, Toodles, go say hello to Torbinator for me, and I'll catch you whenever. Bye!